Hello. All right. I think finally I have this right. Yeah. I lost my window. There we go. Hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. As you can probably see on the screen, I'm trying something a little bit new. With the whole avatar thing. I don't know if I'm going to keep it yet or not, but I'm hoping having a little bit of something that's a distinctive, I was going to say splash of color, but it's still mostly brown. But something, you know, when people are flipping through listings on Twitch to make my stuff stand out a little more. Hey, Starfighter, welcome in. I hope you didn't get a double notification. I had a little bit of a fumble starting my stream. So yeah, we'll see if the avatar sticks around or not. And then I moved the chat to go with that. Hopefully it's in a decent spot for most of the games that I play, kind of towards the bottom left. This should be out of the way for Factorio. It should be out of the way for Kerbal Space Program. It should be out of the way finally in my editor so that it's not white text on white when I'm doing programming for KSP. So the chat should be a better place. And I don't know, we'll do some science and we'll see if having the avatar visible in my thumbnails has more people popping into my stream at random from like search pages and stuff. So nice try. But yeah, for YouTube people, let me know in the comments if the new chat layout is good. I made some tweaks to try to make it a little more... It's more visible to me now. Instead of using a 1 pixel outline, I'm using a 50% alpha sort of transparent black background, and I can read it better. But I'm curious, once it goes through YouTube compression and everything, if it'll actually be better for the VODs. So let me know. Let me know what you think of the face. Yeah, let's get right into this mess. Did I remember to send a message to the Pyanodon's Discord that I'm streaming? Yes, I did. Okay. You think the contrast is better? Cool. So today, I think the plan is going to be, I want to get lead and tin unblocked. We got all this working. I still might rebuild some of this. We'll see like how many trains we actually need supplying these things as demand ramps up. But once I start doing more on rails again, the demand for solder from here is gonna spike. And we're going to be real sad if we don't have the solder running. So the first thing I want to do is get all of this going. The side products from lead is just stone, and that's easy enough to deal with. I can sink that into concrete. I can sink that into moss. I can sink that into lots of things. Like there will be stuff that demands stone. No problem. And then... the other side is the tailings that comes off of tin. And I have like 500,000 tailings. So we need to do something about those. Tailings can get used for a bunch of things early on, but not as much as I would... Well, a bunch of things later on, not as much early on. Does it include, for longer details on some things? Yeah, probably. If I find like a building that has a lot of, yeah. All right, I might have to, oh, here, I put myself like there. Yeah, that's out of the way, at least for Factorio. That's probably also fine for KSP. Can I make it in like nice round, like 385 by 100 with just my mouse, or will I need to go in and edit the... There we go. That should be better. Yeah. I can also make it a little bit smaller, but I want it to be big enough that it's visible in... Yeah, the toolbar is much bigger than the nav ball. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. Are there any panels that I usually put down at the bottom? I don't think so. I think I keep all my orbit and stage info, like, top left. So, should be fine. Anyway, I don't want to make the avatar too small, because the whole point of the science of the test is to see if having it visible in, like, thumbnails is going to bring people in more. And if I make it too small, then it's not going to be effective for that. Okay, so I was looking at tailings. So acid gas to tailings is like a 6-to-1 compression, but I still have to have a use for the acid gas. Coal water slurry I haven't super looked into yet. Yeah, I think that'll be... The burn timer should be... Well, and we shouldn't have to care about the burn timer anyway, because it's all automated. Yeah, if I need to tweak it a little bit, I can always set up a slightly different layout for KSP. Like, it's nice to have one layout that I don't have to mess with in OBS, but... Tree Seed Mark IIs will use actually a bunch of tailings to get themselves going. If I wanted to start working on getting Tree Mark IIs. And this might actually be my kind of initial use for tailings, is some of these, like, side projects. I can use it with iron oxide to make iron slime, and I do want to be doing this. I want to stop doing just iron oxide. I think this works better. Let's actually do some YAFC. And now we can see how chat looks over the YAFC. So if I do oxide to plates, right? We're going to have, like, minus iron oxide. We'll bring in an iron oxide. We'll just do it directly to plates. The other thing we can do is the iron slime to unslimed iron. Oh, which generates... Okay, still some tailings, but it's a closed loop. To molten iron to plates. And if I set a fixed input, each of these, it's actually significantly worse. Why would I do it this way then, other than as a sink for tailings? Okay, well then never mind. We're not going to do this. I assumed this would be useful, but it's not. There's something else I can do with iron slime? Oh, I can do iron pulp instead of the unslimed iron. Maybe that's what I want. Maybe this is the good way. Oh no, it is just the unslimed iron. Oh, here we go. Maybe it's gated behind blue tech, and that's the issue. Nope. Are those even things? I don't know. I don't know what's real anymore in this game. Okay, but I mean, I guess I can use this iron slime as a sink for tailings, but it's better to use iron oxide for other things. Good to know. Back to the game. Let's flip through our other options here. Tailings into Nexilite and some tailings dust. That's just straight up Nexilite. I don't need more Nexilite right now, and I just went to all the effort of making worker food. And then beyond this, I think we're into text that I don't have. Resveratrol, yeah, Tree Seed Mark 3s. So, yeah, I mean, definitely some of it can go into a tree seed factory. And we're also going to need moss gene samples, which are going to need, I mean, a bunch of stuff here, right? Just for some science, let's go back to YAFC. Where's lead and tin? How much tailings do we actually produce? 214 a second. Let's rename this. So if we have tailings at minus 214, we want to turn that entirely into tree seeds. You know? When you look at it, it's a big build. It is for sure a big build. If I wanted to use all of the... Would also use a bunch of stone, though. How much stone do we have coming out of this? This doesn't say, which is weird. Oh, because I already have this concrete thing going. Yeah. 3 stone a second. Okay, so this would need a lot more stone than that. And I don't want to build this at this scale. This is way too big of a scale. Plus, I need to find ash and other stuff, and yeah. And obviously, this would only be like a temporary, well, not totally temporary, because we would always need more tree seeds 2s to be more tree module 2s. But I don't think that's going to be the right choice right now. Yeah, I mean, so the answers are going to be some combination of this tailings dust and acid and coal water slurry. Coal water slurry makes aromatics. I have uses for aromatics. And then benzene as a thing, I just haven't found. Yeah, there's not really early uses for it. It does have a fuel value. And like, that's an option, is that I just do coal water slurry to aromatics and benzene, right? And we're already compressing 250 to 150. Let's call that 500 to 300. And then 300 to 150, half again. So 30% total volume, which is not awful. But it's also, you know, I definitely have use for the aromatics, right? I'll plug the aromatics right into my, where is it? Is it you? No. Over here. Right, I could plug the aromatics right in here and make more of this, well, Well, right now it's petroleum gas, but I will eventually be upgrading this to make something better. I remember seeing a thing about that, and I remember it being on the plan. Did I take notes about that? Let me double check my EFC page. Coal, niobium power. No, I didn't keep that. Okay. But there was something better that I could do with aromatics. Petroleum gas, polybutadiene, plastic bars, zinc, organic solvent, olefins, nuclear. I thought there was something that I found that I could do. Diesel. Yeah. And that is a, well, slightly better fuel. I mean, benzene as a 1 megajoule fuel isn't bad. It's not great, but it's not bad, right? I mean, if I compare that to gasoline, which is 1.2. Yeah, and this is also 1 megajoule, the petroleum gas. It's just a matter of, like, figuring out where I want to send the benzene and how I prioritize that fuel consumption. Because, like, things that are used for fuels can be iffy and they get blocked up easily. So the coal water slurry kind of scares me, is what I'm saying. And then, like, everything else here is... yeah. The floating biopyanoports. Gorbachev's, which I don't have. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, all this can be done is turned into aromatics and benzene. And then the other big use is the tailings dust and acid gas. Oh, that is way down there. Okay. Okay, I will need acid gas for vanabins from arthropod blood. Intermetallic stage 3 has got to be pretty far away. Cobalt processing stage 1 is not that far down, and I'll also need acid gas for that to make cobalt fluoride. Alright, so it looks like we're going to need a lot of acid gas. Relatively soon, actually. Or we'll at least need some acid gas relatively soon. Outlet gas stage 3, that's got to be way up the chain, yeah. Sulfur processing is, available to me. Okay, so then I can also make sulfuric acid with it, which I assume will also have a use. Yeah, new battery recipe once I get Pi-Sci 2. Maybe not a lot of early sulfuric acid use. There we go. I mean, explosives. Not as big a deal for me because I don't have cliffs, but diamonds I'm not doing yet. Vanadium 2, uranium. Okay, so not a lot of use for sulfuric acid, it doesn't look like early on. Salt and salt accessories. Cute. But that's just after Pi, Science 2 as well. It's rare earth. Oh, rare earths is coming up. Yeah, okay. Rare earths are gonna need sulfuric acid. For rare earth processing. Cool, okay. So I think that's what we're gonna want to do as sort of our big thing to start processing tailings then. Is this recipe. And then the tailings dust, we have to have a good use for. Obviously, we can sort it into some ores, and eventually we will build up enough of these ores to, you know, they'll get fed into the system, right? And just pulled as other uses. I think rich dust is something we can do, something with empty comb when we start trying to do archods. We're going to need this. As well as, well, all of this other stuff to make it. Coal tiles, blue liquor. Okay, again, part of the Vanabin's processing. And this looks like artificial arthropod blood. Cool. But that's going to be way up the chain. Okay. So I think this is going to be our initial tailings processing. So let's flip back to YAFC here. We're going to be bringing in, you know, I'm going to start at scaling this for how much tin can produce, which is a lot at full scale. And we'll see how big we need to make these. Oh, this isn't too bad at all, actually. Is this just a single, like, one stop on the train system that spits out these two things, and that's it? And then we'll have other plants that take acid gas and make sulfuric acid, that take acid gas and make, you know, whatever else we need acid gas from. Sulfur, whatever sulfur gets used for. I feel like that's the way to do it, is to try to keep this process as simple as possible. Because acid gas has so many uses, right? I don't want to be, like, pulling in tailings into a sulfuric acid plant. Yeah. And then I think same with the tailings dust, is we'll end up needing to send that to multiple things, and we will have, I think, tailings separation, maybe on site, but, like, just behind a priority splitter, right? Let's do this. Set fixed production amount of, if we just want to make a belt of this. Yeah. And then we'll have all of these things available as well off of other stops. Okay. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 train stops for this thing. And they're all dispatches. Why is tin green? What does that mean? I don't know what green tin means in this case. I think I did that. Yep, still green. Don't know why. Okay. So yeah, like 20 evaporators with a bunch of stations just to do some, this tailings to tailings dust to whatever. I'll do 20 just because that's a nice round number, basically. And I don't think they're that expensive. I might regret saying that, but we'll find out. And then we'll have all of our stations for picking up tailings dust itself, as well as acid gas, and then there's only one solid separator here. So, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's switch back to, I don't know why I'm using gray inserters. For some reason, I started getting cheap with my inserters, and I've been trying to use grays everywhere I can. And that is silly. 13 inserters. Okay. So let's get 20 evaporators, and let's get started on... Right button. Let's figure out where I want to put that, for one thing. I mean, I could put it right here. Right next to it. I still want to connect it by rail, because these tailings might need to go other places, right? There's other stuff that's going to have tailings demand. This is just the, like, we're trying to get rid of tailings. I might have to do something even with, like, changing the priority of this, but we'll talk about that when I get to it and when I start thinking about it. But the short version is tailings dust is a thing that we want this to be producing, but coal dust and the ores are kind of byproducts. So we only want the tailings plant to have high priority, or rather we want it to down prioritize itself if all it's doing is buffering those byproducts, but be normal priority as a requester source when it is trying to produce tailings dust. Hopefully that made sense. Alright, let's get some evaporators. Let's see what we need for them. Probably intermetallics. No, just a whole bunch of steel and tin. Okay. Also, I should probably go ahead and put them on here, because I'm sure they're not. Evaporators. Nope. I assume these stacked 10? Yeah. Alright, we have enough of this starting to back up that I feel comfortable forwarding it on. Might regret that in a minute, but... Cannot insert inventory full. What is my inventory full of? Sap, turkey, flora, moss, flora collectors. What else do I need for evaporators? Tin. I need a whole bunch of tin. I set up a tin, like, buffer over here. I did. This should actually be a provider chest, shouldn't it? So that the network can get this. Same with the titanium here. Oh. Well, that explains why it's not. Let's expand the network here. I'm unsure what I just built over. I'm hoping it was just a tree or a rock. I don't see anything here that would be... And of course, here we are over something. Oh, this is the solder belt. Yeah, alright. Want to be careful with that. There, and... there. Of course. I don't know how I ended up with so much solder in my inventory. It used to be such a problem. It was in my way all the time. What is even in my inventory that I don't need? I don't need all these lamps. A lot of this is stuff that I want. I don't need the small electric poles. I don't need wooden chests. Don't need gears. This is going to be tough, though. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Well, actually, if we're only covering... Oh, no, we're over one of the buildings. Okay. That one can go in, though. Yeah, we're gonna keep having these little gaps where I decide I don't want to move buildings around right now. But as long as the bots can get around it and through it. Oh, we need one more. Apparently we don't quite have coverage here. Okay. That should be fine. So yeah, the bots should be able to come down here and get the titanium and tin from here now. I want 20 of these right now. There might be some built up here that the bots can bring down to me. There might not be yet. Oh, I don't have quenching towers, so no, the bots will not be able to bring these down. Let's get quenching towers. I think everything in here they should have access, though. 12 of the 20 I want. Yeah, this should have everything it needs. We should have concrete and pipes in the logistics system. I don't know why it doesn't think there are. Like, they're right here. Here's pipes. Or, sorry, pipes, pumps. I forget where concrete is, but, I mean, it's a thing. It's on the system. Is it just right down here? Is it literally just part of the concrete build? Yeah, there's tons of concrete in the logistics system. Yeah, on the way 0, logistics storage, 46,000. Okay. On the way 0, logistics storage, lots. So it just hasn't gotten around to those requests yet. Which is probably a sign that I need more Logibots. How's the, Logibot production is turned off on Niobium? Is Niobium still broken? I thought I fixed Niobium. Or did I just think about fixing Niobium and make my buffers bigger? Oh, right. I came up here, I cried, and then I didn't fix it. That's exactly what happened. Oh, they can't put anything down until we have space for, yeah. Put iron chests in my trash slots, too. Alright. This should be, I mean... This is obviously still temporary, but... Sand is not as backed up as stone and gravel was. Whatever. Plates are running again. That's what matters. Still has not decided to bring concrete up. That's not great. And you just need the quenching towers. Okay. Whatever. They'll figure it out eventually. Oh, this one doesn't have power. I should give this one power. I'm going to assume it has never had power, and I just... We do need more flying sleds. That's why I was just turning that, trying to get the niobium back on, because that is needed for flying sled production. Oop, that's not supposed to be there. But yeah, we've got plates coming down again from niobium, so I think we only have like 700 of them. 800. How many do we have? Yeah, only 750 Logibots, so still quite a few more to go. Alright, there's our 20 of these things. We're also going to need, for our fluid stops, we're going to have a fluid provider, which I decided was these tanks, so that's... I should have plenty of those. Yes, and the fluid requesters are these 75 KL tanks, which need a bunch of duralumin. I don't necessarily have right now. Do I have the 75 KL tanks here somewhere? I do. Ooh, I've even got them there. I just need to add them to my... Or sorry, the 70 KL tanks, not 75. All right. Logibots should bring those to me now, since they're in the system. That means that I can go back to doing that. This lane of, yeah, duralumin is supposed to be unblocking... What is this? Gearboxes. Oh, I'm out of fish oil. Why am I out of fish oil? Let's find fish oil. Do I just need more fish? Like, is that it? This just needs more fish? Okay, yeah. Well, this was always a temporary build. So, maybe it's time to do a full-scale fish build. Installing an afterburner might be worth a shot. Yeah. I don't think we have afterburners researched yet. Okay. Let's take a look at fish and let's see if we have any new fish techs since when I built this. So this is what we're using right now, which takes lamps and biomass and oxygen and blah blah blah. And the answer is no, we don't have anything better yet. Okay. So what's the ratio on these? This needs 10 fish eggs in 150 seconds. So 1 fish egg per 15 seconds. Oh, but does this account for modules and module speed buffs and whatever? Let's do it in YAFC. I trust YAFC doing the calculations on, like, fish and fish eggs better than trying to do the math on the modules myself. Whoops. Fish. We're gonna make fish from... Okay, fish stage 2, but that needs filtration media and fish food and a bunch of stuff I don't have right now, and I don't need that much fish. I just need to, like, scale this appropriately. And we're obviously not going to make whatever a second. We're going to say we want 1 fish egg farm running. Okay. 1 fish egg runs 5 regular fish farms. We're going to need to probably increase our wastewater processing. Oh, I can turn this directly into urea. Interesting. But we're not going to do that. We're going to just do the chlorine processing. Is this doing saltwater electrolysis down here? Yes, okay. Saltwater electrolysis, we use the sodium hydroxide to make saline water, which is not enough, but we'll bring in the rest, that's fine. And then, yeah, this is all basically the same. Hydrogen goes off into the rest of the system, blah, 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 blah. So I just need, like, 4 more fish farms, and all the rest of this is identical. Right? I'm doing fish eggs from phytoplankton? Yes. Cool. This is easy. Let's get fish scaled up to kind of like a full-scale build, and we'll go from there. You know what else we could stand to do? Oh, I'm not actually down there. Never mind. All right, so fish farms, where are they? Need, of course, duralumin and intermetallics. These are things that I definitely have plenty of. All right. Stop. All right, well, I got 2 more of them. That'll at least, like, triple my fish output. Do I have space here to, like, build this right? I do. What is this belt? Oh, this was fish eggs into bootstrapping. Yeah, this can go away. All right, we're gonna reshuffle this. I'll tear this down, but just not yet. Oh, let me make sure one phytoplankton part can still keep up with. Oh. I'm doing phytoplankton, I think, from tin grade 1 right now. Do I want to do phytoplankton from jerky instead? I gotta route some jerky up here, but, like, honestly, we have jerky from the fish. We're rendering these fish, and we say the meat is gonna spoil into jerky. Okay, it's not enough jerky. So we do still need to bring in jerky from another place. But I feel like that's better than using tin. Whoops. I just messed that up. Fish eggs, and we want 1 of those. Yeah, there we go. Because, like, yeah, we have so much jerky. This isn't even a dent in my jerky. A lot of hydrogen spit out by this, but that's fine. I have plenty of hydrogen sink capability. Yeah. Yeah, let's bring jerky up and use jerky instead of tin for my, Was there ever anything on the other side of this belt? This is just half a belt of tin ore that just runs through here. It appears to be... Oh, it would bring stone, but the stone is backed up because we're not pulling enough tin ore. That's funny. Okay. Whoops, I just realized I'm still on the wrong screen. Good job, Brennan. Anyway, so yeah, over here at the fish farm, I think we can do, because we've got saline water coming in already, right? So this is a reasonable place to do this. I think all of this can potentially go away. I don't think I need to be trying to rely on stone as my source of saline water anymore, now that I have the saline water plant down here, wherever it is, down here on rails. The big thing is, you know, am I even... And the answer is almost certainly no. I'm not consuming all of my carbolic oil, and that's fine, because that goes somewhere else now too, right? It gets turned into creosote or something. Yeah. And I still have capacity here. I can increase this if I need to. So I think a lot of this saltwater processing here could go away, but I'm not going to do that right now. What we will do, though, is... I said I'm going to need 5 of these. Let's do this, like, right up here. I think I've got space. 1. You're going to make fish. I'll need to put the modules in you. That's fine. Oh, the wastewater feeds through. Ooh, okay. So you can put these next to each other. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So then the wastewater comes out and goes into quenching tower with chlorine. Make a new one. I know there's one down here already, but I just want to get the new build mostly done without messing with the old one. Quenching tower. Water from wastewater and chlorine. This kind of has to do more of this sort of thing, I think. Yeah. And then the water. What do I do with the water from this one? Oh, I feed it into the system. Okay, and then just do like a top off. That's fine. And then the chlorine comes from a... What are you? An electrolyzer? Okay. Do I currently have the stuff for an electrolyzer? I don't. I don't have any in my inventory even? I don't. Alright, well, we'll take this one for now. We'll just copy and paste it. Yeah, okay. And this will be off the same saltwater input. This actually works out perfectly. Look at that. All right. And then hydrogen output will be somewhere. And then this goes into a washer along with the hydroxide. Okay. Got a washer. Okay. Which will output... Wait, do we actually make enough? 4.38 water there. For the saline, 0... Oh, no, this needs to be on... There needs to actually be some, like, processing of the water. It's not just that easy. But that's fine. And then this... connects through to here, like this. And then the rest of the saline system will hook up as like a top off onto this because it doesn't make anywhere near enough. This water also needs to go to the phytoplankton. And this will also need a top off. And then we also need... this guy. Oh, which also outputs wastewater. Okay. I think I just want to put it on the front, like here. Because it's part of the wastewater system and it's part of the saline water system. Right? And then... this takes in fish and spits out eggs and whatever. We're going to be making 0.31 eggs a second, which is 1 gray inserter. That's fine. and then loop back around because spoilage. Fish eggs, input priority right. Okay. And then this will be whatever comes off of spoiled fish eggs right down there. Ugh. Oh, Twitch is saying that it is break time, so let's do that. I will stretch my legs and top up my water. Everyone get a quick drink of whatever you like. Hydration is good, and I will see you all in about 3 minutes. All right. Twitch says the ad is still running. Hello, YouTube and Twitch Turbo crowd. But I am just gonna keep kind of working on this bit here and getting all my belts and stuff figured out. The fish themselves don't spoil, I don't think. Do this, output priority left. There we go. And then... what am I missing? eggs spoil into biocrud. Oh, I need biocrud outputs for each of these. Think about that when everyone else is back from the break so nobody misses anything. Okay. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Just still working on getting this build done. I realized I still need to do output of spoiled fish eggs, if any do turn into biocrud in these guys. So what I think I'm going to do is... if I do that... No, that's on the wrong side. I want it to be like... that? Yeah, and then I can do outserters here for the biocrud. Right? That's what eggs spoil into? Yeah. And then up here, these need to be just set for fish. All right. And that should keep this system running. How many fish does this want for a single recipe? 12. I'm going to let this buffer a little bit more. I want it to be able to store... Here, I'll actually take it all the way to the end here. Basically, I just want enough kind of fish stored here that this can't back up and get in a weird state without having to actually make it a buffer. And then we have here, we're going to have our fish output, which is well within what can be handled by a gray inserter. What do fish stack to? That's a question. Stack size 50. Okay. So I want... This is kind of my standard way of gating things with spoilage inputs, is I will only buffer up to a stack of the output, and then if the... There's plenty of room for the... everything else to process through... yeah. Basically, you want the system to kind of flush itself out and have space for whatever flushes through the system to still end up in the chest. You never want this belt to be full. You want these guys to be able to output. You'll still get some spoilage, because some of these will have like 2 or 3 eggs instead of the 10 they need, and I could be smart and like turn on and off these inserters and enable this whenever one of these is partially full, but that sounds like work. I was gonna say it sounds like work, and now I'm like, you know, is it that much work? But for now, we're just gonna enable this if fish is less than a stack. And then we'll still have a little bit of a biocrud output coming down here. But that's not the end of the world. And then this output needs to come down and connect like right in here. So yeah, this is saline here. Saline from this side. How's this system set up? Okay, so it needs to be from like here is where I want to take it from. So once I tear these down, I'll take the saline. Actually, I can just do that. Actually, we get rid of this one too. So we don't need this. And this is going to be a top-up when output is less than 80. Okay. This won't be running anymore. These won't be running anymore. These won't be running anymore. Oh, this thing still needs to find its proper home. Because we need to feed in the phytoplankton like here. And then this is part of the non-saltwater loop. This will need to be topped off with a freshwater source. This is saltwater off the train, which tops up... I don't even know about if I care about any of this anymore. But this is all stone-based saltwater. That gets topped up by saltwater off the train. I think all of this is... What's going on? This is water from somewhere. I have no idea where. All of this can be removed. This goes probably nowhere. This is probably hydrogen. Yes. Okay, we'll need to hook into this from our hydrogen output up here. Okay, that's hydrogen output. This is water. We'll need to top this up with fresh water from a pump because this washing does not generate enough. That is fine and expected. That's our hydrogen. This is saline coming in. This is fresh water coming in. Okay. And this tops up this system because this system used to have this. But that doesn't have to be the case anymore. So all of this, I think, goes away. Just becomes that. And then up here, we do top up from here. Well, we try. Okay. I've also got to get these all hooked up to oxygen, which I should have down here somewhere. Yeah. Ooh, careful. This is no longer of use. All of this is no longer of use. Okay. This belt will need to be brought in to feed... Oh, yeah, these have too many inputs. That's fine. What I need to do is just run this loop a little bit lower. And then I can pull the other inputs through the middle, like so. There we go. So oxygen will come in. Of course, that collides. Okay. So we need saline water coming into the system. Yeah, being topped up from wherever saline water comes from here. Or I guess it could actually be at the top. That's probably easier? Maybe. I have no idea what that pipe is. And then oxygen is in. This belt needs to come through. Let's get this belt hooked in while I'm thinking about... about how I want to hook up the rest of the saline water. My skills are unparalleled. Okay. I think I can just take this right through here. And we want to be using the version of this that uses jerky. Oh, right. I didn't finish doing this. Water. Yeah, I know. My inventory is a disaster again. Oh. Was all of this powered from down here? Probably. Nothing that can't be solved with more chests, full of biocred. Okay. I need to make 2 more of these guys, or else all this output is not going to be properly hooked up, but... will this connect to here? Yes, it will. So I think I'm mostly just missing the saltwater input. Oh, and you run if, yeah, O is less than 80, good. One, here we go. Beautiful. This will be making water. This is supposed to be a top up, but this needs to be a O is less than 80 top up. Okay, so I need to run a jerky belt up to this system to get phytoplankton going. But I think we're otherwise... should start outputting some fish. This is all going to back up because I don't have wastewater processing too. Let's grab the stuff that we need to make those last two fish farms, which is a bunch of duralumin and some glass. And this is where I get sick of waiting for the bots, and I just start throwing stuff out of my inventory. What else do I need? Circuits, lead, and a little more duralumin. Okay. Circuits are over here. Lead has a chest somewhere. There we go. Hold on to some of this lead, actually. What should I be dumping instead? I don't need this latex. I don't need this... all this sap. That's just from cutting down trees. One copper cable. One small copper... oh, no. There we go. All right. I think besides needing a jerky belt, this is... ready to go. So let's get the jerky wired in, and actually I might be able to reuse this belt and just like flip its direction, because this comes pretty far down here. And where's my jerky? Right here. Yeah, jerky comes over here. And then... well, actually, output priority left, because this is the stuff that wants to use jerky for production, rather than just burning it for power. Okay, and then we can just run this all the way up. And if I ever decide that I need more fish eggs to do more bootstrapping of, what are they called? This is gonna have to get redone again, so I can send fish eggs down there. But that is not a big deal. By that point, I think we're going to be working at just a totally different scale than we are right now. All right, how much jerky do you need? 0.3 a second. All right, that's just one of these. There we go. That is new fish for the most part. New fish, who dis? Now we just need to get the output hooked up to here, where the fish are slaughtered. God, this is such a weird setup, and it's super in my way. But I don't really need it anymore, because I have other ways to use... other ways to make saline water now, but regardless. That should be a lot of fish. All right, there's nothing I can do about the 5 fish eggs that are sitting on that one's belt. So fish eggs are going to be on the top. They can output spoilage to the bottom. That's perfect. Up on this side, it's just fish output. That's just half a belt. Doesn't matter. And then any fish that aren't needed to be turned into... there, and then let's just make sure this jerky belt is actually working most of the way up. And then I haven't... yeah, it is. It's rolling. Jerky belt is rolling. Disconnect those so I know that's not a real belt and don't get confused later. Yeah, and this is all double-sided jerky because the guts have been spoiling on the belt. And there's not a lot I can do about that if the jerky demand is too low. And if the guts demand is too low, right? Like, until we don't have enough blood to avoid... whatever I'm trying to say here. We don't have enough blood to process all of these guts, so all we can do is, like, the guts up here will slowly spoil, and that'll make room for more of these guts to pull through, and then the jerky gets filtered out, and, yeah. So it's not a totally stable system, but it does get the job done. Cool. That'll hook itself up here. And looking at the jerky and guts and general meat products has reminded me that... oh, I didn't even check if we needed more than one. No, one of these can render everything. It's just a little bit backed up because there's... can it, actually? Yes, sorry, I could for a second here. I was like, this is only taking, one of these can only take like 0.25, and we're making 0.3, but of course, about half of our fish get looped back around to make more fish eggs. So that's the thing here. So I think we're all set there. What is this? Oh, this was a bunch of when stuff got put on the wrong belt for a while there. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is basically correct now. I assume this spits out. I mean, nothing's backed up on wastewater, so I think we're okay. Yeah, the hydrogen is drained. We're waiting on chlorine. That's fine. This... Oh, should have been through a top-up valve. Let's do that here. Yeah. Because otherwise this sodium hydroxide into salt water here will back up. We'll back up on sodium hydroxide, and then we're going to be sad. Okay. I think... What do I think? I think this is working. I think we just need the jerky in it, and it'll start spitting out 1 a second. This uses 0.62 a second. So yeah, once it's running, it'll have plenty, and this should actually back up. And it is doing so. Cool. All right. Yeah, this is just going to run for a while then. And hopefully produce enough fish oil for our demand. We shouldn't need that much fish oil up here, to be honest, right? It goes to gearboxes and, like, what, bots? Yeah, construction bots need it. Logi bots don't. I maybe should turn off construction bots. How many do I have in the system right now? Oh. Yeah, let's turn off Logi bots. Or construction bots, rather. I think I have plenty of construction bots, considering how rarely they do anything. Oh no! I didn't realize I had left that turned on. That's been broken for a long time. Oh, speaking of broken things, someone on YouTube told me something was broken, and I still haven't looked at it. They said when I put down this... I broke an oxygen pipe when I put this down. I could put a circuit condition on. That's probably smarter than just disconnecting an inserter. Let's see. Read if. Enable, disable if available. No. What's the signal for available construction bots? Z. Enable if Z is not positive. There we go. And then I should really do the same thing over here for this machine, except it won't be Z, it'll be X. Yeah, we enable if Z is not positive, yes. And then we'll enable if X is not positive for the other one. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing this on the inputs, and I don't have to do this on the inputs because I don't have spoilage, I can just do it on the output. Enable if Z is not positive. Enable if X is not positive. Okay. So you're disabled. This will build a couple more of these and buffer them. That's okay. You will keep spitting Logibots into the network as long as my Logibots are way too busy. Which is always. My Logibots are always way too busy. I have no idea. I think it probably just goes to 0, but it doesn't hurt to have it be less than or equal to. I mean, it doesn't look like it, because my Logibots available should go negative if it was like number of requests minus available bots. I guess if I did the math myself, right? Logistic network requests. Either way. So yeah, this should be fine then. Yeah, backed up with a couple of bots, installed. You're going to want to keep running because the Logibots are always busy. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now I can just add stuff to this. Max 0 when I want something to just always be trashed, so I'm not constantly pushing things into my trash slots. Okay. 0 is obviously positive. 0 is complicated. For being the absence of anything, 0 is surprisingly complicated. All right, let's go fix that. Oh, I need pumps. I'm out of pumps. Do I have pumps in my requests? Probably not. Let's keep a stack of pumps in the request, please. What? Oh, I missed a fuel inserter for this when I was redoing some of these. Are you also going to need fuel? No, you have fuel on the copper belt still. Yeah, when I switched all this over to a full belt of iron, I missed a fuel inserter for engine units. The good thing those are only used for pumps. How are my trash slots doing? My trash slots are mostly empty now. I can get rid of some more of some of this stuff. There's probably some buildings in here I don't necessarily need at the moment, but let's go fix this oxygen pipe, and we can check on the Vrock 2s while we're down here. Maybe they will finally have made some progress. After 786 products, I still have only one Vrock Mark II. If we make it to 800, that's half as many as I should have generated. I think I can just kind of sneak this through up here. Yeah, if we do like this kind of thing. Cool, so that's probably the oxygen to like all of my alloys and stuff, which is not fantastic, so those probably all turned off. Yep. That's not really something I wanted to see. And then did chromium also? Because doesn't chromium come in on the same belt as titanium? Why no chromium? No chromium because no creo. What? Okay, I must have broken another belt or another pipe somewhere. There's creosote here. Okay, so I did break a creosote pipe somewhere. Right there somehow. I don't think that's in range of the actual roboports. No, I'm gonna have to go fix that myself. Well, by myself, I mean my personal construction bots will have to do it. Okay. That's a few things fixed. Things that should not have had to have been fixed, but fixed they are. Did I end up putting biomass power plants? Am I not showing bots anymore? I must have hit some weird keys. Okay. Yes, we do make biomass power plants. Okay. Let's request... What do I actually need to finish this build? How many of these are there? 9, 18, 27 minus 3 is 24 plus 6. Okay. Composter, I want 24 of. And biomass power plant, I want 6 of. Okay. So the bots will just get those for me as it becomes viable to do so. What was I doing? What was I trying to do this stream? Oh, tailings. That's right. Hour and a half into the stream, and we are just tracking down bug fixes. But I think I can actually go build that tailings processing now. So let's go figure that out. So even though these are going to be right next to each other, it is important still that they are separate stations. That it? That's it. Yeah. And they need to be like off of separate tracks because again, the tailings is gonna have other places that it needs to go to. I was talking about this earlier, but that was like an hour ago when I was planning this whole mess. All right, so tailings processing is going to have a couple of stations. It's going to have a fluid reception station, which is one of these. And this is what brings in the tailings. I should really get all of this stuff, like, into proper blueprints. But that's never going to happen, so... All right. And hope we didn't just dispatch a train. We want, not hot air, want tailings. We want a tank full. And then we need to put down a station. Make some more rail signals. Okay. And then leaving tailings, if we go back to YAFC here, we're going to have 1 liquid acid gas station and 4 coal dust, titanium, and tin ore stations. And the reason I want to put every sort of departing thing on a different station is so that... do I have a train picking up? Oh, I do have a train picking up tailings. Woohoo! Eh? Oh, I missed a bit of track down there. There we go. It'll do the right thing the next time. Let's do this through here so I can see what I'm doing. Keep my bots busy. Yeah, and you're gonna be like, I can't path. And I'm like, I know. Okay, so the acid gas is going to be one of the products. So let's grab our liquid provider template. Yeah, you're close enough. And yes, I know I still need to blueprint these. All right. So this is fluid provider. And then we're going to have 3 solid outputs. Yeah, the tailings dust, and then coal dust, titanium, and tin. So, do I have a solid pickup station somewhere? Yeah, Lord of the Trains here. Do I have one that's not covered in trees so I can actually see what I'm doing? Yes, this one. Except that doesn't look right. Oh, because I turned this all into one shared intersection. Okay, yeah. I see why that doesn't look right now. Because I had done effectively this. All right, do I have one that is actually properly signaled that I can use? I guess it's this one. Because that signal is my alignment indicator. That if you could see that signal that conflicts because it goes from a rail signal to a chain in. That's my alignment indicator for being like on the blocks properly. And then again, reset the thing. And this will be fed. Actually, probably exactly the opposite, but that's okay. There we go. So this is going to be acid gas. This is going to be tailings dust. And then looping around the other side will be, I don't know, whatever the other byproducts are. Coal dust, tin, and titanium. But I actually don't have to do those right away. Get rid of our extra signals. Okay. Now... Oh, and I need a cybernetic combinator. Yeah, provide only. You'll be tailings dust. You'll be acid gas. And you will be... I mean, you're our tailings input, right? So, all good. Perfect. Realized I can fix my... power poles here. You fell in love with this mod? Yeah. Cybersyn is fantastic. What are you called? Electric pole, not power pole. That's my problem. Yeah, Cybersyn is a really, really, really good mod. It has no business being as good as it is. Oh. A little too close. Yeah, exactly. And I think I have mine set up that way. If I check my depot settings... Depot bypass is on. Yeah, so they should be going from job to job, just like naturally. At least in theory. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this one came back because it's done. So these are all going to do tailings dust from tailings. And let's just... do that a little bit. And that, and that, and that. All right, that's tailings into all of them, which should drain this enough that it requests again. And then we don't need these top two of these. Up the middle, we're going to have... How much do each of these produce? 0.8 per second. All right, so that'll be one of these. Each side. Okay, so that'll be tailings dust up to that provider station. And then I just have to get acid gas hooked up to this one. That'll do kind of this sort of thing. Except I actually don't want to do that one. And I need a bunch of undergrounds. Lovely. Okay. And last but not least, I think just power. Cool. I need a few more underground pipes to get the acid gas output hooked up, but we are officially processing tailings. What else do I need down here? Oh, it wants the stuff for this, of course. Make sure my requests are correct for what I actually need. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll just throw the rest back into the lodging network, and I'm sure I will eventually build more composters. But, are you food delivery? You're food delivery. Okay, cool. What else do I need while I'm up here other than a bunch of underground pipes? Inventory. Oh. Yep. I will keep up to a stack of logs. Don't request any. Just trash anything that I don't. Stone, 0. Sap can be 0. I could turn this off when I happen to need, like, sap or whatever in my inventory, but moss and seaweed are going to be the same. I never want them around unless I actually need them. And they just end up in my inventory from crafting things. Or building buildings, rather. Alright, let's get these last few undergrounds in place, and that will be tailings processing. I'm probably going to need to add support for more train cars to move tailings around. I suspect that rail limit of 1 is not going to be sufficient. But maybe. All right, with all that hooked up, acid gas is going in. I should probably put a pump on this, huh? Just so it's... always available in this part of the system when it's needed. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is break time, so I will refill my water, and I will be back in just a few moments. That's the button I'm looking for. Twitch says there's still like 30 seconds left on the ad, but I'm just making sure that all of this looks like it is working correctly. And it does. We don't have two belts coming in here, so that's fine. Question is, are we keeping up with the demand here and with the production here? Yeah, this is draining. Okay. Oh, we're probably backed up now on stone, though, huh? No, we're not. we... Why are we stopped then? What? What? Alright, welcome back from the break, everybody. Thanks for hanging around. I haven't done my whole spiel about how and why I run ad breaks yet this stream, but that's okay. I just realized that this is totally locked up. It looks like our outputs here should be filtering... Alright, I think I see... Well, I see lots of problems, but... If I'm going to take this, we're going to put it here. I think we may have just hit too much stuff for one side of a belt. And I think if we do this, and pull these two things in, each from their own half of a belt, we'll be fine. I think. I hope. Because, yeah, you can see these all got, like, totally backed up with the stuff that loops around here. And I thought I did the math on this, and I was like, this is fine. 0.37 times 6 is 0... Or, sorry, 1 point... Yeah, that's like 2 items a second. But maybe the math on this side of it was fine, and the math on that combined with this was not. But anyway, we hit some kind of throughput limit, and our loop back around here backed up. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. Make sure that we are... Yeah, 6 times a quarter, so that's... We can handle 1.5 of these tin grade 2s per second. This is making... How many? 9 times 0.16. 9 times 0.16 is 0.9 plus 0.36 is 1.26. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. So we'll catch up on these ones for sure. And then the other side of that equation is 0.33 times 9. So that's 3 a second plus what comes out of these, which is 6 times 0.12, 3.72 total, plus what comes out of these, which is 0.16 times 4, which is 0.5 something, so that's, I don't know, a little over 4. And we've got 7 times 2/3 is 14/3, which is a little over 4. Yeah, I think I can handle it all. I think the belting just got a little funky. I mean, I don't know why this wouldn't be able to handle it all. The YAFC math was there. But I think because some of these are probability-based, right? 50% of a tin grade 1. This has a certain percentage of a tin grade 2. Yeah. Because it's probability-based, we're not quite getting the... What am I trying to say? Words. We're not quite getting... we didn't have just quite enough buffer to handle, like, a spike from the probability. There we go, that's what I wanted to say. Alright, the other thing I want to do here is actually, let's see if we can do something here. Each of these is going to come in... Actually, can I just do this? Is that what I need to do? I mean, it's not perfect, but yes. And then this can go back up here. Yeah, let's call that good enough for now, and figure out, I don't know what my next steps are. I need to keep an eye on the tailings and make sure that these are still draining. They should. This should be able to handle a lot more than the other thing can throw at it. Stores many items. It's already almost full. All right, so we are going to have to do like the rest of the processing here, as I feared. But that's fine. That's just like one solid separator and a few more of these delivery stations. I need a bunch of stuff. Okay, I'm gonna need to go grab a bunch of rails. I'm gonna need to go grab some more signals. And then each of these is gonna get fed from a solid separator that'll be sort of the... I mean, it's gonna be like this, right? Output priority left. And that'll go out to the solid separator. Do I have a solid separator? Probably not. Can I make one? No. What do I need? Steam engines and iron plates. Easy enough. Here, actually, let's put them on the bus. Or in the system, and maybe I'll have one by the time I get up here. I only need one of those. I don't need evaporators anymore. I do still need composters and biomass plants if I want to finish making the power plant down there. And then whatever else I need to grab when I'm up here. Medium electric poles, apparently fast inserters I'm out of. Power poles, let's grab fast inserters. And what else are we looking at? I have one iron chest. I thought I put iron chests in my... I did not put them in my auto dump. Put iron chests in the auto dump. Nobody needs iron chests anymore. Usually if I lurk around here, the bots figure it out pretty quickly with the things that need to be in my inventory. But maybe not today. Maybe today I need to just do this. Oh, I forgot to grab rails while I was up there. Oops. And then each of these only needs half as many inserters, really. Okay, so I'm going to send this up to, like, through here, because hopefully this is long enough. Yes, just barely. And then a single solid separator. Separation of tailings. 15 a second. What is that in inserters? That is 12 and a half yellow inserters. If I switch to blue inserters, how many is that? 6 and a quarter. Okay. Oh, look at that. Perfect. And then output of 2 blue inserters for coal dust. And then a yellow inserter each for, well, actually, I'll just do yellow for everything. Let's do, like, that, like that. And then I need to filter these. You're gonna be tin ore. You're gonna be titanium. Or you're gonna be coal dust. Okay, and that'll be that last part. Then there and there. Each of these needs a new station name. I really do still need to figure out how to do that correctly. Okay. So I still need to grab a bunch of rails, so this will actually finish building. But this should at least unblock the tailings processing. Cool. That looks like progress to me. Let's go grab rails, and then I think we can call tailings kind of processed. science stopped. I guess it's time to debug something. What was I getting up here? Rails. And then, yeah, this system is going to start potentially chewing through. This should be double-sided. Let's... Actually, is that capable of being double-sided? Will it be double-sided down at the other end? If I... The answer is yes. It will be double-sided at this end if it's actually being made. Huh. I should have tin, though. Maybe not. Maybe the molten tin train is on the way? Yeah, 17,000 tin. This is being, like, constantly fed by... Ooh. Oh, that's one getting rid of tailings. Okay. I'm gonna say, this should be getting pretty much constantly fed by, tin trains here. Right? Yeah. Let's set this to 3, I think, safely, instead of 2. That should keep kind of one more moving through the system. Same here, then. This needs to be set to 3. And the request thresholds need to be adjusted too. Instead of 50 stacks, we want 70 stacks. Yeah. There we go. That should keep more trains, like, yeah, here, queued up, pulling tin off of this whenever possible. Lead, it's going to be harder to do that just because of how I set these up. I may need to change these lead stations so that they have... I mean, this one I kind of hacked together to give it this queuing space. Because, yeah, keeping a whole belt saturated is actually kind of a challenge, it turns out. But we're also going to have another tin source here soon. And this actually needs to be set to... Station priority, okay, this is 0. This is a normal source for tailings dust. But for everything on this side, this is station priority 1. Because they're byproducts. But we consider this a normal source of acid gas and tailings dust. I think that's fine. So, like, we'll prefer to pull the ores from here, because these are priority 1. I think that's reasonable. In which case we don't need that combinator. This one doesn't even have one. Yeah, that's reasonable. Let's find... Where am I? Oh, I'm up here still. Okay, back down. Let's figure out... I grabbed all the tracks I need, right? Yes. There we go. That should connect all that stuff. Then same down here. We need to add those power lines back in. All right. Oh, and of course, because we're not quite symmetrical, we need one more power line. That's okay. There we go. That should have all of this able to run now once I get the rest of the buildings. And that should be able to finish sinking all the jerky relatively easily at that point. All right. So this is a station. This is a high priority tin ore station. So as soon as this has a load, we should see a train come in here trying to fill it. There's nothing that wants the titanium yet, so we're not going to see that. And then we need a couple of these. I don't have iron plates. This also needs to be a chain in. All right. Oh dear. I just realized that all of this looks like it's off by 1, doesn't it? Ugh. No, that's why I had the duplicate. I'm not fixing this. I'm choosing to leave it. It's gonna hurt my soul. I should fix it, shouldn't I? Fine, I'll fix it. I convinced myself I'm gonna fix it. This needs to be like, yeah. There. Yeah, I know. Let's just drop down a thingy here. Woohoo, hello. That looks like I mostly fixed it. What does this say? This has a bunch of that and a priority. This has a bunch of that and a priority. This has a bunch of that and a priority. Okay. So now I'm just missing some signals in a few places. Chain in, rail out. Except these need to be the other way around, don't they? Okay. That looks better. It is symmetrical now. So let me go get the stuff I need for a few of these chain signals. Is that all I need? It's just like a few chain signals and that's it? Okay. All right, Logibots, let's see if you can figure some stuff out while we're here. Waiting for source items. We are sitting around on intermetallics. Did this never turn back on after the minor antimony problem where I turned everything off? No, it's running. Antimony is not coming through as quickly as I'd like, but considering I'm not sure how long I actually had left it off for, that's okay. This system looks like it's not working. Oh, I don't have fuel. Why don't I have fuel? How? 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 Are these really all running at full capacity? That is impressive that these are all running at full capacity. I am... Seriously, I'm impressed. I'm a little terrified that we're pulling through that much solid fuel right now. Man, this extra setup when I added more... Well, it can't be that. This isn't really pulling anything, which is also potentially a problem. Didn't I try to fix this? Did I not fix this? I thought I fixed this. Oh. Well, apparently I broke it over here at some point, too. Fantastic. Okay. Another place to fix the creosote belt. Oh, did this deliver all the stuff that I need to finish that construction down there? It did. Excellent. Alright, let's go fix the creosote pipe again, because apparently... I don't even know how long that's been broken. A long time. Chromium has been broken for a long time. I guarantee that much. Okay. This time I'm actually going to double check that we have it flowing all the way through. Yes. Oh yeah, because this was a buffer at one point. Oof. Yeah, this has been broken for a very long time. And then, yeah, it merges with titanium and heads to the main base, and we're probably, like, completely out of chromium, aren't we? We're not. Ooh, so I did catch it before we, like, totally hosed ourselves. Yeah, but not by much. All right. Let's go drop off the buildings at the jerky power plant. Just to get those out of my inventory. I guess tailings on rails is done, isn't it? That's not going to unblock solder yet because lead is still backed up on stone. That is the next part of this process. Oh yeah, and all of these, I think I decided they needed a couple more inserters, maybe? Yeah. Because we're not quite running enough. Let me double check YAFC. I think I realized this. 24 a second. That's probably why I was looking at 5 per building of those. That's probably why I had this looking at gray inserters. 15.4 per building, and this is 12. So let's not do that, and let's put at least yellow inserters in here. Actually, with this many blues, it's probably worth it, isn't it? Just use blues. What did it say? 5 a building? Yeah, worth it. Worth it to not think about it. Alright, that is a new module. Man, it is right about 5 of those being able to handle it, isn't it? Alright, 5 it is. Where are those all mechanical inserters then? Did I not just, like, do this thing? Nope. Alright. These should be able to keep up now with their fuel needs. Yeah, just barely. Oh, these are backing up. Did I also just, like, way underspec my inserters on all of these? I feel like I talked about this last time, and I decided that I had fixed it. 3 out there, 4 out there. 4 is working. Three might not be enough. Alright, and once we're at like 4 inserters, I should really just be using like a yellow. All right, that should be better, question mark. And now I do kind of think that I need 6 of these. Although we're also just... Obviously, the power demand is not sufficient to, like, drain all of this, so it's hard to judge. But there we go. Yeah, I want this to definitely have the capacity to pull from all of these, right? Yeah. At 2.66 a second out of each of these. Oh, shoot. I've had this on YAFC the whole time. Lovely. Yeah, 2.22 a building. This is actually saying that I need more than 2... That I actually need the 3rd yellow inserter for each of these buildings. One up there, 2 down here. 1, 2... 3 there. 2 here. 2 here. Yeah, I completely failed to account for the actual, like, throughput demands of this. Alright, that should be... Oh, well, besides being out of inserters to upgrade all this stuff, that would at least fully unblock it, but I do need more inserters to finish that. But yeah, at this point, we're backed up on output full on everything, because this is just not pulling enough steam, which is fine. That's totally reasonable. This is going to pull just as much jerky as it needs, which is currently half a belt. Because of how I've got this set up. Although this is set up to be able to actually sink a whole belt of jerky, but like, we're only pushing half a belt through here. So it'll be only once we start seeing like spoiled guts that... I do this, because once we have spoiled guts, we could potentially have more than half a belt of jerky trying to go through here. So we need to be able to account for that. And just hook it up to here. And what that should do now, well, besides just draining the jerky belt until everything kind of backs up, but it'll try to keep jerky on here for food processing. Oh, but this ends up in the wrong spot. We put a half a belt up here. We prefer this. Okay, let's do this. Let's, I do this here. Priority input right. And then I do this here. Up like here. Okay. So this will now pull the 2 lanes from this. This won't actually be able to generate 2 lanes all the time, but that's fine. This will be a lane and some change. And then anything that makes it to here, which is jerky from this system, where guts spoil over here, we're going to push with... That would basically take priority for one of the halves of this belt. And then I think down here, as we feed into this system, I once again want to do like a proper demand-driven belt balancer. I can find a place where I have one I can copy. That's this, right? Because it's the... I don't know. It's like the things merged with their lane-swapped things is how that ends up working. Oh, similarly up here, this will need to be lane balanced as well when it comes up to... like here. That's fine. We got a place for it. Okay. And that'll just keep everything looking nice. And also, I want to make sure that neither side of the jerky belt can back up. I want it to be pulling from everything pretty consistently. Because these belts are so long, if we're only pulling from one side at our sinks, then the source is going to stay backed up for a long time. And that's bad. Alright, let's grab a bunch of inserters. Yeah. Let's go finish the tailing... No. Whatever it was that needed these inserters. It was the power plant. And then that power plant is done. Well, until I find something else wrong with it. But for now, it's done. Yeah, this will consume up to 160. And each of these produces 20. 20, 40, 60, 80, yeah, 160. And yeah, we can see here we really only have one belt coming through, and this like bypass belt is doing nothing. And that's okay. I think I want this like that. Doesn't really matter, but I think this will do what I want better, which is this prefers to send things on sort of its lane, right? This half gets a lane. This half gets a lane from spoilage that's in here. And then only when this side is backed up, it'll try to top off the lane, its other lane. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but I think it's what I want. And then again, as we either build more, there we go. We'll pull some guts through when we build food. And that kind of will eventually let these sort of bits of jerky that are on the guts belts get through. And that's just because my guts are so old, right? All right, so we're making green science, obviously. I can see that this half's working. Let's go figure out why we're not making science. Figure out if it's red science or what. Verdict is, it's red science. Okay. I am surprised by that. I thought the red science was pretty stable at this point. We have no moss. How no moss? Oh, is this moss to science? Did I just like cut this off when I redid the... Yep. Well, figured out why we have no moss. Also, this is not ideal. Let's throw one of these in here. That should unblock these few machines that we're not using, even though we have open lane space. And then we'll just send moss back up to science off of that as well. Send half of it through here and half of it through here. I think that's fine. Fine enough, anyway. Because, yeah, that's moss up to all of this. All right. Did we make it to 800 rolls on the Vrock 2s yet? Genuinely curious. 850 rolls with... Hey, we got a second one! Oh... That's about half as common as they're supposed to be, by the way. It's 1 every 200 on average. So 2 should be in 400 rolls. I'm gonna let this keep going to make a few more. I think you need kind of like 3 to really get the system started. But like 4 or 5 would be better. And we don't necessarily need... Well, it'll be more rubber. Right, that's the... You can see that we're only running, like, I think this at, like, half capacity. Because I think I sized this for having Vrock 2s, question mark? I could be wrong about that. But I think all of this is sized to have Vrock 2 modules in this whole system. Which is why this is not running at full capacity, like, ever. Yeah, and these are waiting on formic acid. I think that's correct. I think I can just feed more formic acid into this and it'll just work. So it is worthwhile for us to upgrade, because, like, rubber is still a thing. If I can remember where my glass is. I mean, this is backed up. So, like, are we making enough rubber right now? Yeah, kinda, sorta. I'd like to see more, is my point. Although we're also gonna get... We have better recipes for rubber now, so I need to look into that whole thing. The new rubber and plastic options with Logisci. Oh, I never powered this one, apparently. There we go. Roboport coverage getting a little bit better every day. I should add a couple more through here where they're flying diagonally, where there's no charging. Actually, I'm going to go do that now while I'm thinking about it. because that will help them to not die all the time. Is it here where they need to be? Yeah. Up. Up. And pop. There we go. That should be a little better for the bots now. And these bots over here are not doing anything critical. Like, this is literally, like, emptying old dump chests full of ash and pushing it into, like, the main system ash buffer over here. But they're always at it, so... What's going on? Ooh, copper is looking iffy again. Yeah, copper and aluminum are both getting pretty sad. Is aluminum keeping up? For now, yes. Is copper keeping up? Probably just barely. For now, yes. Okay, so both of these are copper and aluminum are... Well, we're doing aluminum processing stage 2 right now. And if I look for copper... Oh, we already researched copper stage 2. Okay. So copper and aluminum are both going to need to go... Oh, they're already on my list. Cool. So right now we've got... We're feeding coke from the base here to make these graphite electrodes for processing our... Are we backed up on stone now, finally? Is that the thing? Yes. Yeah, we've got, like, no more tailings. Excellent. Graphite electrodes for both for our molten metal processing, which is all good there. We should see up here that we have a bunch of... I don't get it. Where's my tin? Because this should have made, like, quite a bit by now. Well, it's been sitting around here. Maybe this has been backed up longer than I realized. And then... What else am I thinking about here? I just completely lost my train of thought. Right. So we need to, for acetylene, that's right, I was looking at acetylene up here. We already are bringing in coke for these graphite rods, so I think putting a coke station is not going to be too difficult right here. So that's, I think what I'll do is I'll just dupa a coke station here. We're already picking up acetylene here. I guess I don't need to make the acetylene right now. Right now, we don't need it. Let's prioritize. Let's do the stone first. We need to get rid of stone. And we need to potentially get rid of a lot of stone. So let's start... I mean, my thought was concrete, right? So let's look at what that looks like. If I just make concrete... whoops, let's do it the other way around. Let's start with... No, let's make concrete. Doesn't really matter which way. Concrete. We need sand. We need gravel. Ultimately, we will fix ingredient count of 15 a second. And produce a bunch of... Yeah. We're going to make lime... Just straight up from coke. Okay, we only use a little bit at a time. That's fine. Do limestone the old-fashioned way. We should only need one water pump. Yeah. All right, and then we do have this CO2 byproduct that we will need to figure out. But, you know, this compresses 1 to 6, which isn't bad, all things considered. So yeah, I think this is gonna be the concrete build, and that will be one of the next stations that we need to make. Yeah, because this... How much does this actually use? Yeah, 3 yellow inserters worth of... Yeah, this is pretty easy to make. So this is the thing that we will do. All right. Well, Twitch is telling me that it has been an hour again, and this is why I do the hourly ad breaks, because otherwise I lose track of time and I won't drink water and I won't stretch my legs. But it's been an hour again, so we're going to run a quick ad break. I run ad breaks once an hour as a reminder so that I will get up and stretch my legs and drink some water. And that way, you don't miss anything. The ad breaks are running when I am not doing anything interesting anyway. So yeah, we'll let that ad roll, and when I come back, I will start implementing this concrete thingy. Okay. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Yeah, let's see about finding a good spot to do our concrete build. We've got stone, and I need to redo everything that I did here for lead. Unfortunately, I need to just make that call and do it. Probably all of these. Syngas for, oh right, for this. Everywhere that I've got stations that are not on turnouts, the trains have to try to find a spot to turn around because these are highways, right? They can't turn left into stations. So everywhere I did this is just wrong. So, like here we've got these two stations are for this, whatever this is, borax. We've just got the one station for coal. I can kind of tuck that anywhere. And we've got hot air, molten lead, lead plate output, lead material output. And that's like 6. This is feeding... Oh, this is an output. Right, this is... Anyway, the point is, there's a lot to do here. Unfortunately. All of this needs to be shuffled. Same with these lead, and this is also actually for lead, the acetylene input. And I need to work on figuring out how I want to do like stacking for stations that need queues, because right now I don't really have that. Again, I did this one ad hoc. I just kind of stretched it a little bit to make some space. And I did, you know, over here, just kind of relying on them being able to queue. Oh, and I actually need to add some rail signals through here. But, you know, relying on them being able to queue through the system, right? Anyway, that is a problem for another day, and hopefully won't be too huge of a problem once the system is actually running. We'll see. But let's see. What is my shopping list for this concrete build? I need 7 soil extractors, 6 jaw crushers, and some other stuff. I have all of it. Yeah, I literally have all of it. Cool. I have plenty of inserters. Jeez. I'm almost ready to do like that. Actually, what are my requests for... Yeah, I don't even request gray inserters anymore, do I? I don't need that many of them in my inventory, I don't think. Get rid of a bunch of biomass, get rid of some jerky. Oh, biocrud should definitely be in my do not want list. Okay. Get rid of this one copper cable that's doing nothing. And yet, my inventory is still so full. I mean, I have a bunch of buildings here that aren't relevant to my current builds, and I should just dump them all and let the bots deal with it. Alright, let's find a spot then where I can do concrete processing. So, looking back at concrete, we really just have a solid input, which can be shared, I think, a solid output, and a liquid output, or a fluid output. So it's not... I mean, unfortunately, I think just due to the building blocks that I have to work with, we're going to be looking at something as long as these tin sort of offshoots, because I don't think I can do two station. Well, maybe I can squeeze two stations in on a single loop. We'll see. Do I have plenty of rail? I do have plenty of rail. Do I have plenty of rail supports? I have tons of rail supports. Do I have rail to grounds? That's a question. No. I have heaps of rail supports, but I don't have any of the ramps. I should actually be requesting all of these. A stack of those. Stack of those. Okay. And let's do that. Okay. So coming down here, if we grab our tea, I think we can drop this potentially going south right in between these two. Oh, look at that. Bop. All right. Let's chain in there. On this side, chain. Oh, we can actually get rid of some of these in-betweens, right? Because this is like one. That is the only problem here, is the throughput with the intersection might be a little funky. But let's see if we can squeeze 4 stations or 3 stations into this. So we're going to have our fluid delivery station. Which is going to be like right here. Again, that's one intersection. Get rid of these. Always kind of finding different places for our... There we go. Oop. We need to change this to request. Oh, there is no fluid input for this. I'm just an idiot. I just copied the wrong thing. There's a fluid output and there's a solid input. Let's see where I've got a fluid output. Here we go. Fluid output station. Don't love that because that one doesn't have the a signal on it. I want one that has a signal. There we go. And this is actually a terrible one. Let's try you. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Again, get rid of this signal, get rid of this, get rid of this. So this is a fluid output, and this is going to be CO2. Yeah, and then I should have just enough room for, I hope, a solid output and a solid input. We'll see. Solid input I can take from, like, right here. And what are we requesting? We want stone. At least 30 stacks. And we want coke. At least 30 stacks. Okay. We will probably need faster stone input, but that is okay. We will figure that out. These ones are going to be our stone output. And then these ones down here, figure it out. That'll be coke. Hopefully trains can go both ways through here. I'll be sad if something doesn't work with that. And then oh, this needs a station name. Yeah, let's replace our stations as we always do. Train limit 1. Place our station. Train limit 1. These need to be negative. Yeah, I have it for a few things, just I'm still not sure that I've finalized my station designs. I'm reusing them a lot, so I probably should treat them as finalized, but I need to take the time to actually do it and make sure that I'm happy with it. And then solid provider. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. This does go too far down. So we do need another stretch of standard track to keep it on the grid. Oh well. That is far from the end of the world. All right, so this will be the actual concrete output. This is... Again, we don't want signals on... Oh, and these will need to be switched to be, like, on the coke side. All right, let's get to building this. We're gonna need 4 and then 2. We don't actually have to make this all into one belt, I don't think. Because... Here, let's... So 4 of these... all outputting to gravel. That's 3. inserters from each. And the input to that is also 3 each. All right. And then we have gravel coming out into 2 jaw crushers that make gravel. Or sorry, 2 jaw crushers that make sand. Okay. And each of those needs what? 2.5 per building. So 3 more. Oops. All right. And then that's using, yeah, the remaining gravel can merge with the sand, which is how much? 2.5 per building. Yeah, 4.02. That's so annoying. Okay. And then all of that goes into an automated factory, which needs 4... a lot of inserters. We're going to have to use blue inserters. You know what? Let's not even do this, like, merging the belts. I don't think that's necessary here. Let's just drop automated factory, like, right here. Let's see if we can get away without needing to go all the way to blue inserters. Okay. So this is going to make concrete. These are going to make gravel. These are going to make sand. Okay. And then we also need to bring in the lime, which is only, well, 3 inserters worth. And we're only outputting 3 inserters worth of concrete. So yeah. 3. Maybe it should be the other way around. I don't know. Figure it out. Okay, we'll do the lime processing down here. So here's our coke coming in for that. And how much limestone do we need? Just 2.4 a second, 3.6 coke a second. Okay. What is that in terms of inserters? Just over 3 again. What is with all this just over 3? I wonder if that's a rounding issue. At any rate, we'll just take 4. And we need 7 of these guys. And all of that feeds into 2 high-pressure furnaces. Oops. Leave a space for the inserters. The high-pressure furnaces need a total of 3 plus 2 is a little over 5 each, so 3 each. All right, that is the output there. Why is this all stone? Oh, shoot. I didn't set my... All right, let that deal with that. That shouldn't take too long to drain itself. And then our output is... How much lime are we making? Right, just over 2 inserters. That goes there, and then we'll have concrete as an output that needs to come down and feed into this system here. That'll come through like here. Cool. That should be what I want, more or less. I need to... Okay, let's get this all powered, and then I think we're pretty much... Oh, not quite. Let's see here. Can I do these like here instead? Or like here? There we go. All right, so now I just need to get... Oh, all this ore processing stages? I mean, in the general case, more efficiency. Here, this is just because I'm using this as a stone sink, so I want to turn stone into gravel and sand that I need for concrete. There's nothing special about those as processing stages. But yeah, in the general case, all of this complex processing for my ores is... Oh, aluminum stage 2. Yeah. So yeah, this will give me more efficient... I haven't even looked at what this looks like, but it looks like if I use aluminum pulp, 5 powdered aluminum to 100 aluminum pulp, 100, and then 100 to 50. That's 5 powdered aluminum to 50 molten, whereas with stage 1, it's 2 powdered aluminum to 10. So, yeah, significantly better in this case. Is that right? That might not be right. But yeah, more efficiency, but more complexity to actually implement it. All right. Let's take a second here. Let's do what I should have done a while ago. We're going to drop this down. We're going to do some stations. And we're going to add them to the blueprint book. The exact way that stuff gets fed in is going to be dependent on the exact provider that we're linking. So that's fine. Then I want this at the point where I can't possibly have it be weirdly diagonal, which I think is to here. I think those tracks are straight, because that is a truly straight rail next to it. All right. You are a pickup station. Do not take train stop names. And then if I open up this book, I can drop it in here. And now, if I delete all this, I find my solid pickup station, and I plop it down here. Ooh, I didn't quite get that last corner of rail there right, did I? Alright, I'm gonna have to redo that. But, hey, you got a new name, I think. Yeah, that does work to give them new names. Excellent. Alright, so let's just make sure that I have... Because, yeah, I see some tracks that don't look like they were properly included. So I want to make sure that I got that all right. Oh, or is that just because that was my copy and paste and not my... I can't tell, which is annoying me. No, I think it's right. The end tracks are like, the way the green track and the blue track overlap is a little funky, but I think it's a combination of green and blue at both ends, so I think it's correct. Alright, so that's solid pickup. Undid too far. Let's get fluid pickup. Let's get fluid drop off. Let's get it all. Yeah, we want to make sure we get... This one also looks pretty good. We don't need that there. We need that one to run those pumps. Yes. We need that to run that. Yes. Do you actually do anything? No. There. Let's do like that. Or do I prefer it more like... Maybe I want it to overlap one on each side. There we go. Let's do that. And then again, we can add this as a blueprint, making sure that we're at a place where... Yeah, we have both the straight and diagonal tracks. Perfect. Hey, Kellen, glad you made it by. Welcome to, Welcome to Hard Factorio. Oh, that's the book. Okay. Hard Factorio on hard mode. Yeah. I don't know if I'd call it that. All right, this is going to be fluid drop-off. I'm just, I'm taking the time. I've been working on my rail system, so I'm taking the time to, make some blueprints so that it's all a little bit easier to deal with moving forward. You probably didn't do much or anything with blueprints when you were playing, did you? You've heard of a blueprint? Yeah. Yeah, the, a lot of the speedrunners just have a book of blueprints that are already, like, prepared ahead of time, and they can just blast through, adding them where they need them. Did I do this right? Did I say... Well, I can test it easily enough. Make two, make sure they have different names. And if they do, I did it right. Yes. Yeah, and there's a bunch of these train modules that I've been copying and pasting around, so I'm taking the time now to, and I just realized that this is wrong. I've been taking the time to... There we go. I don't want these to have requests by default. I've been taking the time to turn them into blueprints. There we go. Finish my train of thought there. Delete this one. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people use blueprint books for belt balancers and things like that. And train stations, kind of anything. Anything repetitive, right? That you're going to use a bunch of, and especially in something like Pyanodons. You know, I'm going to have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of train stations by the time I'm done, right? What is this called? Fluid drop-off. I think I was putting station in my names. I don't even know anymore. I've only made 3 of them, and I'm already confusing myself. Yes. And I just need the solid drop-off station now. Okay. And where's a good solid drop-off example? Right here. Right at 10. Yeah, fluid trains are... It's not too bad. There's some funkiness with making sure the pumps are aligned correctly, but the best advice for that is just don't put your stations on curves and everything will be fine. And again, I want to make sure I'm not copying my requests. Does that look right? That looks right. Solid drop-off station. Don't copy names. Create. And put it in the blueprint book. Okay, that should be... I mean, I could arrange by, like, number of points in my intersections and stuff like that, but... I think I need this one anymore. I think that was temporary. I think this was temporary. Yeah, Pyanodons. It's way more than just things taking more resources. It adds, like, super complex processing steps and all sorts of other things. This is, what am I at? What am I doing? Oh. 150 hours into this save? And I am honestly barely through the tech tree. Like, there's still... it goes on forever. Alright. Those blueprints should help with getting rails. Where was I? I was working on this concrete because I need it to take stone away from other things. Basically, yes. I mean, if I go up to my iron processing, where is it? I've got, like... Ooh, well, this is a problem that I'm going to have to fix real soon. But, like, you crush the iron, and that gives you stone as a byproduct because, you know, iron ore's not pure. And then you gotta melt it with borax as a flux, and then cast it into plates, and yeah. And like down here, I'm working on similar things. It's, you know, this is all kind of the same processes, but for tin ore instead of iron ore, and... I have a little bit, but it was a long, long time ago. I didn't get as into those as some of the other grand strategy games. I'm more of a Crusader Kings kind of person. Okay, let's get a station for coke going, and then that should turn concrete fully on. Yeah. Yeah, the production chains in Pyanodons are just wild. Like, over here, I've got all of my, like, complex alloying, which is, like, alloys on top of alloys. I've got titanium, I've got chromium, I've got... Here we go. Up here is where I was trying to be. And now I can use my fancy blueprint book and find solid pickup. Those are too close, aren't they? Right. Oh, yeah. I think anytime there's a game like this that has these kind of production chains, someone makes a mod that turns it into, like, the most ridiculous version of what it could be. Oh, I need more blue inserters. All right, let's go grab those. Do I have everything else that I need, reasonably? Yeah, I think so. Oh, let's... Oh. Blue inserters up here. Didn't I put down a couple more, like, random dump chests at some point? Yeah, the bots haven't even gotten to most of this. These are active providers, right? Yep. Oh, I'm sure. Just like, I mean, just like anything else, it's a skill, right? You memorize all the layouts after a little while. Okay. I get this powered up. That should be it, right? No trains on the way to the stop yet, because it's not full of stuff. But once it's full of stuff... Right. Exactly. I mean, it's the same thing in this, right? You get ridiculously large amounts of things, and... Alright, in theory... It's not very... Oh, it's not requesting more because the threshold is met, isn't it? Yeah. I should probably set a higher threshold on this. Let it bring in some extra stone from the rest of the system. Just because stone is a smaller number of stacks, or fewer items per stack, so I want it to be a little more build up. And then if we're lucky, we get a little train coming by. You're going to pick up from here. And that unblocks this whole thing. Cool. And then, have we had a tin delivery up here finally? Oh, we have. Hey, cool. And we will have a lead delivery up here again eventually. So all of this stuff down here is just to get molten lead and molten tin so I can make solder. All right, and as soon as this hits, I think 2 rows, we should get a train dispatched to come pick this up and deliver it to the concrete plant. And that will help. Oh, I should check on this stuff too. Is this all running again? Yeah, we are slowly backing back up on... We still don't have fuel. That's still really concerning to me that we're going through this much. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do something about the biomass fuel right now. That is too slow. Where does that live? That lives here. Did they nerf this recipe or something? I feel like this is slower than it used to be. Maybe I'm imagining things, but... Especially looking at, like, how backed up wood is. Like, I have plenty of wood. And this used to be, like, my biggest wood sink. I wonder if they nerfed the speed of this recipe. And I just missed it in the release notes. Or it's just always been like this, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Both are equally likely. But I'm just gonna double up, basically. Yeah. Where am I going? What part of my base am I in? Where do I need to be? I am going to tear all of this down, and we're gonna rebuild this in a slightly less terrible way, I hope. Oh, the base construction bots got issued some of these orders. I forgot I'm in Roboport range. All right, well, they're slow. So, while they do their thing... Yeah, and that's going to be this belt that I need to move now. That is fine. This is latex. And there. Okay. Hopefully... Oh, and I gotta input all these too. We're making fiber. Fiber. And you each need, 0.5 a second, so gray inserters are fine. Alright, and the construction bots should eventually figure this out and get everything built here. Because a lot of this is hooked up to... It's powering you. Oh, this. I don't think this is actually powering anything important anymore. Because this will all get powered from this side once the bots figure it out. Alright, with that, let me find... What do I need? I need more power poles. I don't know if my bots will take responsibility for anything down here or if it's all been issued to the base bots already. I think it's all been issued to the base bots. That's okay. They'll take care of it. They're not fast, but they'll get it done. Guess I could do it myself. Okay, so that should be like twice as much fiber coming through here. I don't know if that's going to be enough for the demands on this base, but it'll help. Let me check, I think it's coal processing. Maybe not. What recipe is that actually from? Alien life, and then alternative energy, and then post-processing. Okay. Changelog for alien life. Added, let's see, missing migration for soot separation. Increased change, fix, slightly buffed. Don't see anything. Not sure if they nerfed it or not. I mean, it's nice to be able to have emotes and stuff. That's, that is the big thing. You know, I make all of, like, $1 to $1.50 a week on ads, so, like, that's not really worth it. I don't think, unless you have, you know, people that you think are chomping at the bit to start subscribing, or if, you know, you have stuff that you really want to put in emotes or whatever. I'm not sure, you know, I jumped on it right away, and I'm not sure it was necessarily the right thing, just because, you know, am I making enough on ads to make up for the annoyance that it causes my viewers to have ads popping in and whatever else. But other than having ads on your stream, there aren't really any downsides, so... Alright, this looks better. That is a lot more fiber coming through now, so hopefully that's enough. Oh, that's the other thing that could have changed with this, is like the fuel needs of these oxygen furnaces could have changed. No. Alright, well, I have no idea why my base is suddenly using so much fuel, but... regardless, hopefully we're making enough now. It's just going to take a little while for this to catch up to where it was being used. We don't need to do more acetylene yet. I think iron is the priority because this patch is pretty well mined out and our steel is only running at about half capacity right now, so that is a problem. Oh, speaking of being an affiliate and having to run ads, it is that time again. For those who are newer to my stream, I try to run my ads in one big block once an hour and take that opportunity to get some more water and stretch my legs so that no one has pre-roll ads and you don't miss anything interesting when the ads are going. It's just me taking care of being a human being. So that is going to happen in just a moment, and I will be back in just a few minutes. And we will find a new iron patch and get it hooked up to the base, because that's going to be critical very shortly. All right. Twitch says the ad break isn't quite over yet, but hello, YouTube and Twitch Turbo crowd. As always, this is our special time together. I'm just going to try to pick out an iron patch, and we can start running the belt. That's not interesting enough to wait for the ad break to end. This one's not too far. It's funny shaped, but it's not too far. Or one up here, also kind of funny shaped. Similar amount of iron. The other ones are like, there's this 57, which is nice. This will probably be my first patch that goes on the rails. But I think for now I'm going to run this one because I can run a belt over to where we're doing the processing. So that'll be the spot. All right, Twitch says the ad is over. Welcome back, everybody. There we go. I am just collecting resources. I picked an iron patch for redoing iron. Where is it? I just had it. Right here. It's not a fantastic patch with all the, like, splotches in the water in it, but I have plenty of landfill, so I'm not too worried about that. Those are burner miners. Fantastic. Put those away. Grab some electric miners. Yeah, and let's just get this patch covered in miners. We need to send at least, well, 2 belts back. Yeah. One for iron plates and one for steel plates. So I've got heaps of belts. I've got, I don't know, hopefully enough electric mining drills. May as well grab the ones right here that aren't being used, where they've mined through the patch. All right. Oh, and I don't have research going. I don't know what I need. Honestly, all of this is somewhat beyond my comprehension. I know that weirdly I do need military science for some things. Oh, there's a compost turret upgrade that needs it. Some floor tiles, later domestication tech. There's some stuff that depends on military science, but none of it looks urgent. So maybe we're okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the slaughterhouse turd needs laser turrets. And Zung roars, whatever those are, but that's way down the tech tree. Lubricant to... Ooh, new inserter recipes, but that's advanced small parts. Okay, I do have Archods researched now, and I will need to start pushing towards them. Have I done copper yet? Yes, I think so. Sulfur processing leads to... You know what? What do I need to get to Pi Science next? Let's do that. Let's work backwards. There we go. Pi Science 2. So it looks like the main processing chain... We've got some things over here for oil that I haven't done yet. We've got some things over here with Yeedles and Zippiers. Oh, my poor brain. Okay, and the main tech through the middle. So let's just work through the middle here. It'll be sulfur into rare earths, into quartz, into... Okay, silicon carbide. That's something that's real that I understand. Into biomass processing, which gives me bio oil. This could be actually be really useful for me. Into light oil. Oh! I forgot I had loaders at this stage. Okay, yeah, let's push to loaders. Loaders are a good intermediate. I'm going to have to do a lot to get loaders working, because they do need the stripped distillates as fuel, and I remember that I spent like an hour on a stream just trying to understand all the oil processing for stripped distillates. That's going to be a process. But then we can go through the last of these like biotechnology things into what we need for Pi Science 2. But yeah, sort of slightly off the beaten path. I'm glad I just kind of started going through the tech tree, like, okay, what do rare earths give me? What does quartz processing give me? What does biomass processing give me? Because yeah, we've got loaders. I forgot that loaders were a thing that was in this mod pack. So that'll be nice. A+ to loaders. Cool. Let's go make an iron mine. And are we running at full science capacity? Yeah, looks like it. Do I have some radars? Do. Let's also drop a couple of radars out here, because I'm kind of right at the edge of my... Let's do it from down here, so I can line up here, and then go up here. Okay. Hopefully this covers this iron patch, and if not, I'm going to have to drop another radar somewhere, but this does not cover it at all. Where am I relative to this iron patch? Oh, it does cover it. Okay. Perfect. Oh, whoops, those are not actually aligned, are they? There we go. It's interesting that they choose to build the landfill even where they're not going to put miners. Didn't realize that was the case. Today I learned something about how Factorio works. I don't think I've ever had a patch of ore with that required this much landfill in the normal base game. That's part of it. Okay, I did not... How many more of those do I need? Like 30? Okay, and there will be plenty of those when I get back to base. I should have put this in the copy and pasted part as well, but I didn't. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I need 2 outputs. So we're doing like this kind of thing. Actually, let's do like into there and into there. Now, just need to, like... Oh no! Okay, there we go. Okay. That looks better. And then these ones down here probably don't quite cover the lowest ones. Yeah. I have power through here? No? All right, apparently not. Hook it up to the load-bearing wooden power poles, and green everywhere. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right, so that is 2 lanes of iron for me to, like, drag right on back to the base and plug in, like, here. Do I like where I have those horizontally right now? Yeah, maybe a little bit further south. Sorry, I also just got myself totally distracted by my game. Have I noticed any differences? I just don't like pre-roll ads, honestly. I think especially as a small streamer, it's kind of like, I don't know. It feels rude to me to make people watch an ad before they've even decided if they actually want to watch me or not. Definitely the mid-rolls, I do... When I have more viewers, I do occasionally see some attrition during mid-rolls, which isn't, you know, surprising, right? But not like a huge amount. And, you know, as I mentioned, you know, a lot of why I do the breaks is because I find that... Oh, that's exactly the wrong place to do that. I find that, I feel a lot better at the end of the stream when I use the mid-rolls as a way to, again, force myself to take a break and stretch my legs and that sort of stuff. Because I am not as young as I used to be, and sitting in a computer chair for 8 hours at a time is not as fun as it used to be. Ooh, okay, that's just... Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of works out better for everyone, right? To do a quick break once an hour or so. Viewers don't miss any action if you step away for a couple minutes, and you know, it depends. I don't think there's necessarily one right or wrong way to do it. I'm sure there's a million opinions, and, you know, my decision-making around it is also kind of assuming that I'm never going to make a lot of money off of ads. I'm sure if you consider ads as, like, a main revenue source, there's differences in that analysis, right? Right? I know. Crazy. Supposedly, it's possible to make money doing this. Okay. So, with these feeding in, what's left? We've got a little bit kind of that's right under this belt that I want to get out. I'll reroute that ash belt in a moment. Seven, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3. Okay. So that's fine. This isn't going to be a full belt here, so I'll want to merge in one of these. Where are they? Up here. And input priority from... Oh, whoops, I turned off alt mode. Input priority from the right side because I want to finish draining this patch. And then we'll just top this off with the iron coming in. Oh, look at that. Perfectly positioned. Can I do one more? Yeah. Oh, what a mess this, these power poles are. I don't know. So far, I haven't really heard much either way from audience members which one they actually prefer. No one's complained, so. And then same thing here, input priority right, and we'll bring in that other belt of iron, I guess right next to this one. Well, with a gap, because we need room for these power poles. Okay. That should be good, assuming the iron is actually making its way up these very slow belts. Yes. Oop. Fix my input priority here, because I want to burn through this patch before I supplement it. And, oh, I gotta take care of that ash belt that I disconnected. Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. It's nice to be able to have emotes and stuff, and, you know, that's pretty much it. I'm sure there's some other slight bonuses to being an affiliate, but emotes are the big one. I still haven't figured out what to do with channel points. It's been like 2 months, and I still don't have any like channel point things set up, and I've been slow at a lot of that stuff. Just hasn't been my highest priority. Cool. I'm going to say that that is new iron hooked up. Wow. I had like 2,500 belts. I just dropped like 2,000 belts. There you go. That's a good one. I have an old drawing tablet around somewhere. I should see if I still have any skills at that and do some more of my own art and get some emotes done. I have some ideas for some things, but you know, I want to get them looking nice and hand-drawn, and, you know, I can import a game asset into Blender and render it out myself, but it's not going to look as nice as a proper emote. Okay. Are we good here? Oh, that's backwards. Okay. Now we're good here. That's in. That's coming through. Okay, we're done. New iron is hooked up. And this is like a 25 million iron patch, so it should last quite a while. Do I have miners in my inventory anymore? Probably not. No. Let's go. Let's walk back over there. Just for the sake of it. Emote drawing stream. Oh god, nobody needs that. Nobody needs to see me struggling to get a Wacom tablet working correctly on my Linux computer. Okay, there we go. That is done now, and should be plenty of iron for the near future. I could probably do that as like a 6-to-2 balancer of some sort, but that sounds like work. All right. So with that, I'm going to kick this all the way down. The next things on the to-do list are... Well, this says copper and aluminum both need rebuilds to be on rails, so I can, well, partly expand duralumin production, because duralumin is a bottleneck for me. But also because my copper and aluminum processing are empty. I think, if I look over here, we're going to see that I no longer have aluminum. Yeah, aluminum's dead. Do I have a relatively nearby patch of aluminum that I can feed into the system as a stopgap? Oh, apparently there's some down here. Okay, well, there's a few thousand here, and I will get those hooked up, but that doesn't count. Yeah, some of the channel points stuff, I just need to take the time to think a little bit about, you know, do I want to get some sound alerts and things like that set up, and... Oh, who knows? I don't think a lot of that stuff gets looked at until someone complains. Where am I going? I'm going here. Taking all of these down. I think I fixed the issue of this being a load-bearing power pole. I hope. There you go. Alright, there's a little bit of aluminum ore over here. Oh, it's like under these belts. That's annoying. And then a little bit down here. And that is not a lot, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to claim to know what I'm doing, but I'm... I'm trying. I'm trying to figure it out. And, you know, so much of the advice out there is about... or is targeted towards people that are trying to push towards being bigger and, you know... Not that I don't want to be bigger, but I think there's... I accepted quite a while ago that, like, if you're supposed to make the content you want to see, then my content is always going to be weird and niche, and trying to, like, optimize for that instead of a general audience is also a little bit different than what you see a lot of the stuff that's talked about online, right? All right. That is not gonna keep things going for long. There's only like 8,000 aluminum ore here. So, let's try to bring in, like, a belt of aluminum ore. Oop, I need power. Oh, no, it's not power. These ones are already mined out. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I mean, I've been, like, hemming and hawing about whether I want to try to make, you know, short form, you know, TikTok-y things, and it's like, it's a lot of work for something that is not necessarily super interesting to me, and I'm not sure is going to bring in the kind of audience that I think is going to be interested in, like, again, watching me talk through real-world oil processing. So yeah, it's a... And I should be doing more to try to put myself out there, but at the same time, I don't want to be putting effort into things that aren't going to bring in... that aren't going to be in front of the eyeballs that are going to be interested in my streams, right? Okay, I want to get... Oh, probably this one. I don't love trying to run that through here. Maybe through here there's space. Oh yeah, there's space for a belt through here. I got exactly space for one belt. All right. So let's grab some miners and get some stuff hooked up on this aluminum patch, and that'll be a little bit of a stopgap. Do I have... I don't think I have red. Oh, maybe I do. Do I have them up here? No, I only have the Mark 1s. Okay. What do I need for the Mark 2s? More aluminum. That's terrifying. And some engine units and some small parts. All right, 20 of these should be more than enough. I always said just do what you want to do, and that's the best content. Yep, I mean, that's what I have always been told. Let's do these, like, 5 by... There we go. This should be plenty. Oh, whoops, that's not a... Okay, and the other thing I need to bring up here is going to be the mining fluid. Yeah. Which will be coal gas. I just want to make sure that I'm actually pulling that from a reasonable place. Oh, I have kerosene. Is the system running at all? Oh, it does. This is actually running. Cool. It's running a lot. Is this running at that level? This is not running at all. But why? Output full of regular molten salt. What the heck? Run if check equals 1. Read contents. Yeah. Molten salt. Read contents. But there's no input signals. Oh, did I really? No. Still no input signals. What did I do here? Oh, I attached it to the output! I always forget these are two-sided. Yep. It's funny, though. I never thought I would ask for follows. Yep. Yeah. I should probably be a little more, aggressive. Well, aggressive's not the right word, but forward, I guess. But, you know. I know exactly what I did wrong here. Which doesn't mean I know how to fix it. Just means I know what I did wrong. I had these inputs hooked up. Yeah, alright. We're gonna fix that after I finish getting this aluminum done, because if I let myself get distracted, we're never getting anywhere. How are these guys doing? If these are still running at full speed, then I think we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Where's my coal gas? That's the question. It is here. It is here. Comes up here. This is the buffer. Oh, and of course, this is the pump. But that's okay, because all of this is going to go away. All the way up to this pump. All the way up here. All the way up. Okay, to this branch. All of that goes away once that aluminum is fully mined out. And all of this section looks like it is fairly self-contained. Right? It comes up here. I think that's coal gas in from somewhere else. Right, and then we overflow here. It's above 80, and if it's above 90... because we prioritize aluminum over syngas right now. I don't know if that's the right choice long-term, but it's what we're doing. So... oh, that's pretty close to where we need to be. Okay. I can just take this. I just had this pipe. Where is it? Right here. Yeah. This is a small fraction of the ridiculous, like, coal to tar to various petroleum products disaster that is my base. Oop, doesn't like that. Let's just put in... Let's put in a pump right there. Is that necessarily the best place for that pump? I don't know. I mean, yes, but when you have these sort of like multi-pronged distribution setups, because of how the pumps work, they tend to be the... Oops, that's wrong and bad. They tend to end up being like the highest priority thing, and they'll suck the fluids away from other places in your base. And that can lead to some things not getting what they need. But in this case, I happen to know that this is already my highest priority for this particular fluid. So, I don't care. I lose my connection. 100, 100. 1.3. There we go. That's where I messed it up. Oh, of course. These are all messed up. There we go. Now the fluid's flowing. And there's aluminum ore. Okay. Sweet. I'm not going to use any new processing steps. I just want to get this linked in to the base so that my aluminum is happy again. So we're going to come in like here, to here, to here. And then from here, zigzag right through here, right past this useless empty belt. And then, just like with the iron, I want to prioritize the patch that's almost empty so that we don't waste any... So that it actually drains, basically. So I can get those miners out of the way and use that space for something else. How am I doing on landfill? Still plenty. Okay. Beautiful. So that is aluminum, hopefully fixed, at least temporarily. Why are you red? No ingredients. Oh, okay. That's fine. You had a vision? Oh. There is some method to the madness, but it's... you were pretty close with your, the way you were doing your undergrounds around the advanced oil refining to sort of what the typical standard build is. I've probably got something around that's doing something similar to that. With, like, the, yeah, like this sort of thing, with each output kind of out with the undergrounds linking it together. Or do it the other way, have the undergrounds pop out here and then have full pipes through, depending on how you're feeling. They both work. Alright. I think with that hooked up, have we put out all the fires right now? Probably not. There's always something on fire in this base. How's fish doing? I should check on... I mean, we have plenty of fish oil. Did fish die? Huh. I didn't think this was possible. How did that happen? Oh, there's no biomass, so the whole thing just, like, locked up. Also, I don't love that there are petri dishes in with my lamps. That's a bad thing, too. I'm gonna hope that those are just, like, temporary, because I know I did do some messing with some of... Oh, no! They're very not temporary. Okay. We're gonna fix this, because this is ridiculous. And then biomass is... Well, yeah, because we're not making enough fuel, right? The biomass is nowhere to go. Because this belt is supposed to be biomass only, biomass only, biomass only. Yeah. Off of the whole biomass system. Oh! Okay, I see what I did here. I messed up my priorities. A little bit. I think if I were to put this like that, would that help? Like that? It incorporates some of the new space age mechanics, but not the actual space age planets themselves. So this has like the spoilage mechanics and stuff, or decay, I think is what the game actually calls it. I'm sure I can find something somewhere that's decaying in this base. You know, I have various byproducts from slaughtering animals, and those all get turned into... Yeah. Yeah, Gleba has its own, like, bio stuff. I don't remember if there's something called biomass specifically in Gleba. But the biomass in this predates Space Age. This mod has been around a long time, and its biomass is just sort of generic plant-based gunk. Okay. I think I see what I did wrong, so let's get back to this. So what needs to happen is I need to change this again is what needs to happen. So I do want this to output priority left, because this is the absolute last, I don't know what to do with this biomass anymore, get rid of it path. So comes in through here, we pull in our biomass here, and then we need to split it here again, and output priority right here. So that'll take biomass to fish, where it's used as an ingredient. And then if it doesn't go to fish, it'll come in here. Where it's merged with all the rest of our wood products for fuel. There we go. Play this mod in like 2 years. Yeah, it's, you know, it takes less time to get really good at Factorio than you might think. Okay, let's now also find... What was the other thing that was broken with fish? My lamps? Yeah, here we go. This side-loaded belt needs to be filtered. I'm sure at one point... it was, or maybe not, but it's certainly not now. All right, there we go. Yeah, filtered splitter, pulls out the lamps, split the lamps so they go back, and then onto the thing we want. That should be just lamps there. Perfect. And then at the end of this here, these Petri dishes are just going to have to work their way down the belt. There's not a lot I can do about it. But I can go ahead and... make space here for... there we go. And that'll purge this belt as they come up, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Since this did lock up, I think I'm going to have to... I have some fish that I threw away. It'll still be in the system, and I should be able to use that to get things moving again. How much biomass do we actually need? At most, like a third, less than a third per second. Okay. Yeah, this should be plenty now. I hope. Maybe not. How did all of this get fully backed up when it was so not backed up before? Well, I did double it. I did double it. Yeah, aluminum is... turned some of this stuff off. So we're going to need aluminum coming back down the system, which it should have turned itself back on again. Oh, this belt is not full. Okay. Did I mess something up? Oh, there's one belt behind this tree that I didn't place. Look at that. Oh, all right. Well, we're going all the way back up there. Not here. Where am I looking? Over here. Okay. That should get aluminum moving again. And this is more than enough miners to keep it saturated for quite a while. That will turn back on my... the good old one belt. Yep. Once that's on, that'll turn back on the demand for all of this, like, biofuel belt down here. Because this isn't running full demand, obviously, without... isn't running at full demand without aluminum going into the aluminum alloys. I'm also curious about... I think this is just slowly backing itself up. This antimony processing is pretty slow. Huh, how'd you get on the belt? So I think that's fine. And then this should also be better long-term for all these downstream users of the fuel, because I'm not sending biomass itself as readily. I'm sending everything else as fuel, and biomass has, like, the worst fuel value of all of these byproducts of wood processing. But obviously, if there's no demand on this belt, we're not going to have biomass coming up into our fish. And that will be a problem. So, it never really occurred to me that our wood fuel demand could be that low. Alright, let's head over to... I could make a Logi request, but I'm already basically here, so I'll just grab it by hand. Somewhere in here there's a fish. Unless it's still in my... Oh! Those are some... Yeah, Pyanodons is known for its big buildings. You'll have builds that look huge with just like 3 or 4 buildings in them. It is just part of the aesthetic. Okay, so this is fine. I might need to supplement this, and I think I can do that. I do have... bugs are an option. I don't turn them on. Some players do play Pyanodon with biters, and they are a very special breed. But... for most people, the logistics is complex enough that adding biters doesn't add much challenge. But I have it turned off. I mean, I do have these ants that I breed for their formic acid, but those are different. Yeah, here we go. So if I can't get enough biomass for fish from my wood processing, the other option is to grab it from here. Well, maybe not here specifically. I might fork it off of... Oh, I actually have. That's right. I already have a jerky belt going up. So I could drop a composter here and feed in some extra... feed some extra biomass into the system if this doesn't work. But I think we're turning back on. And these fish will be prioritized into making fish eggs first, and the system should be able to rebootstrap it from this point. Oh, it is ad break time. I wasn't paying close enough attention. So I will step away for a couple minutes, top up some water, stretch my legs. Everyone else, take a stretch, get some water. It's good for you. And I will be back in just a couple minutes. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sitting through the ad break. It is appreciated. The fish do look like they are coming to life now. We've got... yeah, 2 of these now running. Once this one spits out its batch of 10, we should get a few more going. So I think the crisis is averted as long as the biomass can actually keep up. But what I can do is supplement that, and I will supplement it. So let's grab a... don't have any in my inventory. Let's find... where am I? Oh, I'm way down here. Okay. Let's find a... let's get up into bot range. I probably could do a request again, but I'm hoping there's one in the trash, and if not, I will have to request it. Yeah, I'll probably have to request it. Okay. Let's get a composter. Need like 2. Alright, wait for the bots to bring that to me. They should also start, emptying my trash slots a little bit too, which will be nice. Oof, most of the bot fleet at this point is over here, emptying... emptying random ash chests into the heap. Getting there. Getting there. Do I have... let's see. Yeah, they're en route. Okay. Man, I'm gonna need to make some more... well... what I need to do is get some of the things that are in these chests that are useful resources, like, into a place where they can be useful. But... do I have my 2? Cool. Composters. Let's get some supplementary biomass set up for fish, just to be on the safe side. Don't need these requests anymore. Okay. 1, 2... what did I decide the ratios were for this? What is it? 1 gray inserter input and 3 yellow outputs. Okay. Let's actually move this down 1. There we go. Oh no, but that's for... oh no, that's per building. Yep, that is... and that'll just feed right into there when or if it becomes necessary. And that's pretty much that. All right. That's plenty of biomass now. How's my... did I actually get all the priorities right on this system? Oh, it's still trying to back up this belt, so I don't know yet. But yeah, it'll try to go to useful things. if we have way too much demand for fuel, it'll pull from that. Otherwise, it'll go to disposal. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's right. These are all running now? Yes. Alright, this is like what I expect the amount of pull to be from these. I'm really not sure why this was sucking down so much fuel before. Think it's fine. I'm not 100% sure it's fine, but I think it's fine. Because even if this backs up, yeah, and we're not pushing much biomass through here, eventually, like, if this needs it, that's what these are for. Just composting the jerky. So I think this is good. Ugh. Let's see, all of this was in service of getting to loaders, so let's get that last researching queued. How are we doing on science? It's a little on and off for my tastes. Let's, is that up here? Is that the other science packs that are kind of sputtering? Ooh, it's green science that's kind of sputtering. Okay. That might be okay. I think I have more labs than I can accommodate. Well, I should have exactly as many labs as I can accommodate, like science per minute wise. So it should be break even. Yeah, our average is not where it should be. What's going on down here? What do we need? I mean, you're just running. God, and we should have an animal we have a Sarkarus in here. We don't have an animal sample. Oh, there it goes. All right. Actually, I want these ones to take fresh first, I think, because I want my... Because animal samples decay, right? Yeah, and I want them to last as long as possible, so these should be fresh first. These can be decayed first. But I want the freshest parts going into science, so stuff doesn't decay. Maybe that'll help with this whole process. Maybe that's been the issue, is that we've been overly putting the overly decayed stuff in. Why aren't you running? You're disabled because A is on. A is... we want an animal sample, right? Yes. Which means that... oh! Sorry, I just startled myself so much I took myself out of map mode. Where's all my cotton guts? Where's all my cotton guts? Output full. Barrels and... oh! What? Okay, that's actually fine. cotton gut pups coming in, 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 coming in. Eh? Everything seems like it's running. I mean, I could change this so that the barrels and the pups are on different output belts, but I don't think that's going to change much. I'm unsure about why we're completely burned through our cotton guts. That really shouldn't happen? Question mark? Yeah, this is stopped. And this is building some science packs, that's fine. I am concerned. All of the inputs here are fine. It's weird that one of these is just basically not running when all of these claim to be running at full speed. That concerns me. Let's go back into YAFC and let's see. So for green science, cotton guts. I mean, I just set this up as saying I want 14 of them, so I should have. I mean, let's clear fixed building count. Yeah, 13.9. I mean, worst case, I have a little bit of extra, but they should be extra, or you know, just barely there. I shouldn't be seeing them not keeping up at all. That concerns me. I have 14 of these, right? Wait, I have 12 of these. And my math says 14. Well, there's your problem. Do I have some spare labs? I do have a couple here. Okay. How did I achieve that? Dunno. Now I'm worried that I'm gonna find other things that are broken. But let's just I'm gonna need, yeah, those are all good. Never mind, I have enough studs. Thank you. You did hear math. Yeah, I'm not sure how I ended up with 12 of these here. Because, like, if we go back to the calculator, the calculator's pretty clear that I need 13.9. If I clear my building count, that is 13.9 of these labs that is necessary for science. I don't know why I only built 12. But yeah. 14 will keep up now. I wonder if... Let's check alien life. Change log. Oh. Let's see if I can find anything about cotton guts in the... Nothing recent. Not since, like, January. And I did this after January. I mean, this still could be something from some behind-the-scenes calculations that didn't make it into the changelog directly. Or it's possible I did it wrong. Those are... Oh, right, I never fixed this. I got distracted by other things being broken. Okay, let's fix this while I'm thinking about it. So I think what I need to do... So this is fixed. This will turn itself off now. If I...
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Woohoo! Thank you so much again, Regard, for the raid. It's always really, really appreciated. I was just fixing a stupid little bug.
Oh, Blake, here comes space caps. Here comes space caps.
Woohoo! And anonymous gifter that gifted the sub, that also officially, Regard, makes you my first ever subscriber. So congratulations on that. I don't know if it's a gift sub, if you get the founder badge or not, but thank you very much, anonymous subscriber, for the gift sub to Regard. That's so much appreciated. All right, chat is saying that gift subs do not give you a founder's badge. All right. Anyway, where was I? I was explaining my mess. I had what should have been the inputs to this decider combinator hooked up to the outputs, and it didn't decide. So this whole power plant is backed up because there's too much molten salt in the loop. So I am just gonna pump some out into a tank. Yes, but I want to make some tweaks to that and not just pump it into a tank. So we're going to do this here. I'm going to set this up as a top-up. And then... Or do I want the tank on this side of the loop? Maybe I want the tank on this side of the loop. I don't know. I was trying to think about how I could make sure that this ends up not... What do I want to say? That the salt from this ends up back in this loop ahead of... Oh, that's easy. That's easy. That's easy. That's easy. I know what I need to do. I just need another decider combinator, and I just have to wire it up correctly. Which, you know, challenge, but... Alright, so when this is on, this will pump first. And then... I want this to be on when we have the check, and also this tank is empty. And I want this pump to be on when we don't have a check. sorry. Yes. Yes, we will all know in our hearts. Agreed. So if the check mark is 0, you're saying we're not happy, get some salt out of the system. And then this one needs to not be based on the check anymore. It needs to be based on another decider combinator. And you're going to be like, if we have a check... We have a check mark. This is probably not quite right, but I'm going to pretend it's right, and it'll make me feel better. If we have a check mark on green, and we have no molten salt on red, then we can output, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, a star. And then this one will filter by star. Okay. So we don't have a check mark, which means we want to be draining if we can, which we cannot do. Okay, because this is in full, like, looping on this overflow, right? This should be... Yeah, this overflows if it's too far. And this pushes back. Okay. But on the red side, the hot molten salt side, we still have too much. So the system is still like, we have too much. And I think that's always going to be the case because I'm producing way more than I'm consuming right now. I don't have the power. Yes, Callan, Regard is one of the devs. Just because this plant obviously isn't running at full demand, it's always going to bias towards the hot side of the system. Okay. Sure. I think this is working now. I don't know if it'll ever feed this 12K back in, if the system can handle it, or if it was fully deadlocked. So I know sometimes, yeah, these have a lot on their inputs and outputs. So it's possible that this will never get fed back in. Regardless, it should be working again. I added my extra 2 of these guys. I'm hoping that the math is still correct for all of this, and I just put down the wrong number of buildings. Because if I need more of any of this stuff, I'm going to be sad when I notice it's backing up again. Do we have enough mice coming through now? Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to keep an eye on it over the next half an hour to an hour. Hopefully. Okay, that's looking good. I think the next step... And yes, I know there's Petri dishes in my lamp belt. I found and fixed that problem. It'll make its way to the end eventually and fix itself. Fish is running again. That's working. Biomass looks fine. We have emergency biomass for fish now. Not that fish is like that urgent that it needs its own emergency biomass, but I don't want to have to go fix it if it falls over and rebootstrap it. How is all of this looking, by the way? Yeah, it's fine. We're coming through here. Okay. And over here was the other thing that was kind of blocked off, and that also looks fine. My Duralumin's running. My Vitraloy is running. Yeah, that is a good plan. I do not blame you for wanting to rest your eyes. Go get some natural sunlight or something. Well, no, you're an EU, aren't you? So go get some natural moonlight. Thank you again for the raid. Oh, you work for the US. All right. All right, so now that I think I've put out all the fires for at least 20 minutes, my next plan was to, what's the to-do list say? Copper. So that is probably where we need to be. I should probably be checking if, like, my... Okay. Stone is stopped. Stone is stopped because... Oh, because I'm an idiot. All right. I did not ever actually hook water up to this concrete factory. So it has not been making concrete. Let's go do that. I was going to say, before I start on the next project, make sure the other projects are actually, like, done and working. Turns out, I missed some things. Well, a thing. Do we have a decent spot for water here? Not really, it's all kind of terrible. Oh, and I didn't even set the recipe. Wow. Okay. With that, this should actually turn on and start making concrete, and then it should start draining some of the stone byproduct out of my lead and tin, because currently that's the thing. That one's priority 1. This one should also be priority 1 if I set it up right. Yes. All right. I'm using CyberSyn to manage my rails, so for those of you not familiar with that, we will get into it, I'm sure. Once I start working on the copper stuff. I want to see this plant actually, like, turning on. And did I hook up? Yeah, CO2 output. I might need bigger tanks here until I have a use for CO2 on the rail network. I actually do have a use for CO2 on the rail network. Problem is I build CO2 on site everywhere. Is I just drop a moondrop farm using this turd recipe. So we'll see what I end up needing CO2 for. Okay, but with this here, are we going to turn on? Oh, no, I also need water here. Perfect. Let's see. I don't think I expect this concrete factory to be running full-time. Let me double-check YAFC. Yeah, YAFC says a quarter of a concrete factory. Yeah, and once it kind of is getting through its buffers of concrete and sand, of stone and sand, that's about right. So cool. This factory is now running, turning, well, a belt of stone into like a third of a belt of concrete? No, less than that. Into a sixth of a belt of concrete. So this will still back up until I have consumers for concrete, but one of those consumers will likely just be dumping it into provider chests and having standing orders for the construction bots to do their thing. But I don't want to set that up just yet. I think all of those construction bots are a little too expensive for my base at the moment. Okay. But with this working, we can, like, confirm that we are now draining stone. This will be able to request... could actually make that taller. Right? Yeah. What do I have requested here? 70 plus 30 is 100. Yeah. So this should actually have a request out for... more of that sweet, sweet Coke. I might need to set this to request more than one at a time. I mean, obviously right now it's working through a big backlog of stone from everything else. Oh, that's the other thing. This has, yeah, plenty of space for trains to... back up on it. So I'm going to set this to, like, huge. And that way this thing can get issued trains from, like, multiple... Yeah, here we go. 2 trains have been dispatched. So these should each come from, like, these 2 different stone sources, plus the one that's coming from Coke up here. I don't have a waiting area up here. This is just kind of a bunch of fuel-y type things coming off the main base, so I will probably need to redo this station if I need to have more than one Coke train dispatched simultaneously. But yeah, that's probably the Coke train emptying. Yeah. Okay. I think this is mostly working. Yeah, and then the stone trains will start queuing up. Love it. So the only issue with this is that right now the queue of stone trains is going to block a CO2 output train or a concrete output train. But I don't have CO2 or concrete output trains yet. So, I'm gonna burn that bridge when I come to it, is kind of how I'm feeling. So the question is, will this issue another... Okay, this won't issue another concrete request until it's down to, like, I think 1 row. How many am I requesting? 30 stacks? Yeah. And the threshold is 20 stacks. So when it's down to 10 stacks, it'll issue a request for more coke. What I should do is just make this siding longer, I guess, and, like, merge it down, like, here. I could do that, actually. Why don't I do that? Ooh. That's something else that I could do, but I'm not going to do that right now. Somewhere down here I had some red stuff on my map, because there it is. My bots weren't quite in range when I deleted some things. Okay. So let's see about getting this part kind of here. And do I have a... There we go. There, actually. Okay. Rail out. And then these are, I think, fine. Yeah, these are standard length, pretty much. And then from here, we just want to go straight up to, like... there. And then... How many trains am I up to in my cyber sin? Just like half a dozen. But I'm doing all 1x1s, so the goal with the 1x1s is to have, you know, I want to have lots and lots of small, fast trains just zipping around the base. So they will go pretty quickly once I get a lot more of them up and running. Yeah, they are not cheap. All right. Cool. That should let this no longer block the main rail path here. Cool. All right. Do I have them automated? I was going to say I have them automated, so it's fine, but I'm actually not sure if I do. I have rails automated. I should really have more lights at my mall so I can see it at night. Maybe I don't have them automated. I should probably do that. Oh, also, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. First time chatter. Okay, do I think that this is working now? Ooh, what are you mad about? Oh! Cannot find trains with enough cargo capacity. I need more trains. Yes, this is full pie hard mode. I think hard mode needs full pie. I don't know if there's a hard mode patch for less than full pie. I need more trains. All right. What do I need for you? Brakes, gearbox, shaft, duralumin. I should really just put trains. Let's make a train factory. Oh, maybe I did it up here. Maybe I just did trains on the bot mall. Probably not, though. Nope. What is it called? It's not a rail car. Cargo wagon. No. Well. No. Okay. Where am I? Totally lost. Okay. Sorry, I was walking through my base and looking at chat and didn't even figure out where I was going. Okay. So I've got all the stuff for them, like, scattered around here. But obviously... Oh, I'm out of shafts again. I'm out of iron, nexolite, antimony special alloy. I thought I fixed all my alloys. I think I did. I think this is just slow. Okay, that's fine. If I find... I'll just grab the stuff I need. Like, well, problem is I need shafts, and I'm out of shafts. Oh god. Also, am not doing great on Duralumin, am I? Okay. Could not find... So yeah, it's out of trains. And if I go down to here at the depot, yeah, there's just the 2 fluid trains. Alright, what do I need? I need brakes, I need shafts. Okay. This is gonna stink. What do I need for shafts? Oh, right, I was just talking about this. I'm losing my mind. Oh, I have a bunch of it here, though. Because that's feeding something else. Fine. I'll pick it up, and we'll make some shafts by hand. What else do I need? Duralumin, brakes, okay. Brakes I've got. Pick up a stack of brakes. Duralumin is harder. Probably also have some over here, right? For inserters? Yeah. I'm gonna make this mall real sad. But cargo wagon, and for a locomotive, I need a gearbox. Okay.
Space. Space.
Delta Droid, thank you so much for the follow. Actually, the Wall of Fame is on the way to where I need to go to deploy this train, so let's get you set up. Oh, and Kellen, I owe you for, because you followed me while I was offline. I'll get that here, too. Yeah, Not Melon was one of my first follows when I started doing this stream series. Where's the... There we go. Oh, wait. I've got a schedule. Cybersyn group. Apply. Okay. This won't be dispatched, I think, until it have Oh, yeah. Where's the wall of... Oh, right above Rhaegar. Yeah. Yeah, you're on the list somewhere. I was just looking at it, and I can't find anyone now. Oh, yeah, there you go. Right side. Yeah, I should add some lamps to that. You know what? Let's do that. Oh, I have definitely explained it before, but I don't mind explaining it. So the big thing that hard mode does, among a bunch of other small changes to recipes, is that it gets rid of the ways to get rid of byproducts. So, like, by default, the like there's, I can find some of the items in my inventory. Not easily, but by default there's buildings that will like get rid of liquids and gases and make it easy to get rid of things you don't need, because a lot of Pyanodon's processes have side products. But in hard mode, you basically can't do that. At my tech level, I actually can. It's just very expensive. I need a bunch of these like filtration media, and it's generally not worth it. So the thing with hard mode is like, you know, I do, you know, the coal processing, the tar processing, right? Wherever that is. And like, I have to make sure that this is like actually balanced and that I'm consuming all of the products from it, or that I'm reprocessing them into other things. Yeah, it's challenging for sure. Get some lamps on here. Don't judge me for how I try to center things. There we go. Sometimes you just need a measuring stick. Then actually we're going to do like that, that. Of course. Well, it does kind of mess up the aesthetic to be crisscrossed with all the wires, but at least it'll be lit up now. I'll have to come up with a better way of making that visible at night. Maybe it's time to switch to, switch away from text plates and use NixiTube displays. Because those will light up at night. I just have to figure out how to use them alphanumerically like that without a million combinators. All right. That's done. We have another train in the system. Maybe. It's fueled. It just hasn't been assigned. Oh, I need to actually run the schedule. There it goes. Oh, and one of my fluid trains is out doing something too. That's a good sign. Oh, tin is running again. We're pulling stone from lead. Wait, does this mean we have solder? Is solder working? Woohoo! Getting this to work and work reliably has been a process. Obviously not just getting the molten lead and tin on the belt, but also having to deal with the stone, which is now being turned into concrete down here, right? Oh, right. Not only is it like 6-to-1, but concrete also stacks like 20. So this is like 100-to-1 compression. This is great. Concrete's a great way to get rid of stuff. But yeah, because it's hard mode, right? Like I got to get rid of the stone from crushing all of this stuff, and I've got to get rid of tin creates tailings here, which are actually not being dealt with. Is my tailings thing totally backed up? Cool. Okay. This is a problem. My tailings processing is backed up because I don't have a use for all of the processed things. So the next step with all of this now is to start getting this stuff off the bus, or off of here and into something that actually needs these things. I know I should start working on Arquads, because I know that they're going to take some of this coal dust and tailings dust and other things. Some sand, some ash, creosote, which I'll need to get. I think creosote and ash are the two things that I don't currently have, like, access to on the rail system. And Arquads are going to be my first... Arquads will be the first alien life thing that's going to be, like, fully on rails. But I have a lot more to do before I'm actually ready to do that. So, Lord of the Trains to Field Command. Okay, that's stone. So I still need more solid trains. My 2 fluid tankers are keeping up, but I need more solid ones. But in order for that to happen, I'm gonna need... Where am I? I'm gonna need to actually be able to make more trains. And checking out where we're at with our... Yeah, all of our alloys are still pretty well, not backed up. I might be able to add more capacity for some of these. I already did add duralumin capacity. I mean, as long as my Nexilid is keeping up with the iron Nexilid antimony, and I'm sure it is, yeah, not a problem at all. There's no reason not to add some more machines. Other than that, they don't really fit well in this layout, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. And then the final intermetallics, how are those doing? If I look at my belts, those are also not really keeping up, are they? Yeah. Well, I mean, I do have... I could turn off the Logibots. How many Logibots do I have in the system now? Over 1,000? I'm sure these are a big sink for all of my alloys. This is not the smartest thing to do, by the way, in Pyanodons, is have 1,000 early Logibots running around. Yeah, maybe that is the thing to do, is to turn off the Logibots. Right now, they are on as long as the system thinks it needs more bots, which is always. But I think we are going to disable these. And that will hopefully... Well, it'll make some of my various alloys available to more other applications of the base, right? And that is what matters. So I think I can't really do much about, well, tin is broken again, but for tin to work, I need to get things that are gonna use these various side products, and maybe especially the coal dust. Tailings dust stacks to 100. Yeah, coal dust also stacks to 100. Is there a reasonable use of coal dust? Activated carbon, but I use that in such low quantities. The empty comb. Yep. Titanium tetrachloride, which is used for something. And then we're into... Oh, coal processing 3. Like, coal dusted water into syngas. This looks delightful. I don't get this recipe for a long time. That's blue science. Okay. So I think... Maybe I just start... The question is, do I need empty comb regularly as part of making, like, running quads? And it looks like maybe. We need it for the Arquad nest. We need it to make filled comb. All right. Arquad nest is used... Oh, to try to make queens. Uh-huh. Or to make the regular Arquads. Or with more food to make even more Arquads. And I assume... Yeah. Okay, so these I can get arthropod blood from. And I need arthropod blood eventually to get out vanabins to make vanadium, right? This is the whole reason that I'm making these things, or one of the whole reasons that I'll be making these things, is vanadium. Blue liquor to vanadium pulp, vanadium pentoxide, which goes into anthraquinone, which goes into hydrogen peroxide, which goes into what? Maybe not. Maybe vanadium's not what I need right now. Why am I thinking about making these things? I'm sure they're in the science tree. Anyway, the question was, do I need to keep feeding in comb? So the other use, the filled comb, I assume gets, turned into bitumen, because sure. And that's fine. Used comb, I can turn into wax or biomass or residual oil. Okay. And wax can be turned back into empty comb at 100 to 8. As opposed to... Wait, used comb, 5 to 50. Yeah, so it's 10 to 8. Okay. So I will need to keep feeding comb in. That was the question, ultimately. The used comb gets turned into wax. I will need to feed comb in. So if I wanted to just start stockpiling comb, from, by making empty comb, I could do that. It's not a huge space savings, but it's an option. All right, I have been hitting the snooze button on the ad break, so I am going to let an ad break roll for all the raiders and everyone who's maybe not used to how I run things. I try to run the ad break once an hour for a slightly longer break so I can get some water and stretch my legs, because I'm not as young as I used to be, and sitting in front of a computer for hours is painful. And I want to make sure that people don't miss anything going on due to ads. So it'll be a little bit of a longer ad break, but I will also be away during those few minutes. If you do stick around during the ad break, I do appreciate you sticking around to support the channel. And then I will be back after that, and maybe we'll work on this to unblock tin. Or maybe I'll just start working on copper and pretend tin is not a problem. I'm not sure yet. It'll be one of those two things. But I'll see everybody in just about 3 or 4 minutes. All right, well, I definitely fat-fingered my offline button when I meant to hit my showing away button. And it messed up the timing of the ad. The ad's starting now. My apologies. Ugh, that was exciting. Yeah. So, hopefully it didn't, like, do weird things with the timing of the ad. I never know what it does. Let's try this again. All right. Twitch still says 30 seconds on the ad break, but I'm not sure if I trust that timing, given that I messed it up. But we will see. For now, I'm just going to keep looking at Arquads until... All right, I think everybody should be back now. Apologies again for fat fingering my everything. Yeah, I must have... My offline button and my ad break button are right next to each other, and I think I hit my offline button and my ad break button simultaneously, which is very cool. Oh, I also can only use wax for the honeycomb. I didn't realize that. So some of the wax that I get from processed comb is going to have to go into honeycomb. That's good to know as well. Okay, so yes, I will definitely need comb all the time. And then, as far as the actual... We need... The Archods themselves are a module, I think. The queen is not, but I need the queens for making something. What are the queens for? These are like one of the next big... Okay, so the queens are used for eggs. Okay, I need the queens to make eggs. And I need the eggs to make maggots. And I assume the other way to make eggs is, yeah, cDNA biosamples, which makes one Arcod module and a bunch of eggs. And then I need to start rolling the eggs into queens because I need eggs to grow them consistently? Question mark? Let's do a detour to YAFC. And let's make a tab. This is not what I was planning on working on, but it all needs to be done eventually. Alright. So I want to make some of these guys. And let's say we want to render them because our ultimate goal is actually arthropod blood. I don't know if that's actually true. Oh, and there's the Archod venom. Okay, which I assume is used for... Oh, good alien samples, which I think are used in science. Yes, okay, so I do ultimately need the venom. That's what I care about. It wasn't the blood, it was the venom. Okay. And we're gonna need... I mean, I assume more than one a second. Maybe not. Maybe just 1 a second is fine, because that's one slaughterhouse. Okay, and then, yeah, the normal Archods are the module, as well as the thing that we're looping. That's fine. We make them, that at the top, from... Probably not this recipe. I mean, I could use the Red Hot Coke recipe, but... No, we also need natural gas. Oof, okay. From these guys, from maggots, from eggs, and the way to make eggs is, yeah, from a queen. With or without releases? I mean, I may as well just use releases. I don't know why I wouldn't. They're not that expensive to make. We used Vrock Mark IIs. Arcods. Oh, and we need Arcod Honeycomb to get this loop going as well. Okay. Which means I need to get Ulrichs going before I can do Arcods, but I can potentially start... No. Well, maybe. I'm trying to see where queens come into this. Oh, right, it's making the eggs from a queen. And there's a 0.05% chance that we lose our queen, right? We need 50 micro queens a second. So to produce those, we need a machine that's always potentially making more queens, right? Always rolling for queens, again from the nests. Used comb gets turned into wax. Wax gets turned into empty honeycomb. We have extra empty honeycomb, so some of the wax also gets turned into empty comb. This is showing this whole process is positive, and I don't believe that to be true. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we still need a little bit of empty comb that comes in the old-fashioned way, which is what I thought was the case. And then all the rest of this is like... Well, I gotta do Ulrichs first. So... I also don't have natural gas yet, so, like, that's gonna be a whole thing. Natural gas from raw gas and gasoline, which will make... This is gonna be a whole processing chain with its own bunch of byproducts. Alright. So this is fine. This doesn't look that bad. I'm trying to figure out which, if any, parts of this I can start rolling soon, because I know that getting early queens is a gamble, and they like to die off, right? But I think it's this step. Here, let's get rid of all the rest of this. This is the input step. If I want to be making queens, I need to be making nests. I need to be getting maggots, and I'm getting those eggs from cDNA. This is the loop. This is the input to start them. And of course, we're going to be making these. When we make the eggs, we'll also be making a bunch of the arcods that we need to start populating our initial buildings. And I should just pick a number of queens that I want and say they're our output. Or maybe I just like set fixed building count to 1. 8-ish of those. Oh, that wants 13 creature chambers. Never mind. Yeah, it's 1. Honestly, it's 1 creature chamber is really the what I'm going to be rolling with here. So this is going to start, we're going to start by stockpiling a bunch of eggs while we wait to get enough of these guys, the 20 that we need as our modules. And then we start rolling the eggs for queens. And we're going to get 67 micro queens a second, whatever that works out to for how many hours it takes to get a queen. Four hours. Okay. But my luck with Vrox tells me that it will take more than 4 hours. So all this is well and good. But, oh, we still need to be able to do the honeycomb as well. Yep. And, which means we need a bunch of this wax processing. And then empty comb from wax. Link the wax, unlink the comb. And then we'll feed in a little bit here. Let me get this off of hour mode because I hate it. Per second, please. Okay. So yeah, this is all very small quantities initially, but like, we do need Ulrichs before we can start bootstrapping queens. Good to know. You know, I can start running this recipe however many times I need to run it. 30 times to get all the archods I need before I can get queens and start using them to lay their own eggs. Cool. But yeah, I almost certainly want... Well, I guess I don't need Vrock Mark IIs in this. No, I can run normal Vrocks in this process. I might want Mark IIs later on for, like, full flow archods. But... yeah, we still have some weird inputs here, right? We still need to do Ulrichs first, and we still need to do natural gas. Natural gas is a whole processing chain that I don't want to get into, and at least not right now. Ulrichs, let's see how bad Ulrichs are. I'll just make a nested table here. So we need... Yeah, of course. Thanks for stopping by, Kellen. Okay, I need the Ulrich food, which is a bunch of crap that I already have. I need Relesia seeds. I mean, this doesn't look awful. What am I missing? Well, obviously we need the right modules and everything. Are these things, like, hard to bootstrap? What am I missing? Feel like I'm missing something. No, we just make them with standard alien samples, horse DNA. Which is just, yeah, Ulrich Codex. Or alien samples are fine. I can fork those off of where I'm making science. Okay. I could probably get Ulrichs going, but that's a side quest of massive proportions. I think what I do is I start stockpiling empty comb, ultimately. Because this is a sink for a bunch of the stuff that I have as byproducts right now from my tin and thus tailings. And that is where this whole side quest started, was how do I unblock this? Because this is all, once again, fully backed up. And I think I can do that with a little plant that just makes empty comb and has it ready for when we need it. Oh, while I'm thinking here, do I want to set... Yes, because this is a sink. We want this to be lower priority. So any normal station will prefer to get its... Sorry, I just completely changed track from where I was. This is lower priority for stone deliveries because if this needs stone, it doesn't matter. I'm literally just stashing concrete in a box. If something else needs stone, it might be important. So we leave the stone. We want the stone to be diverted to other places first. So that is lower priority. And then there's actually what I want to do is set... And if you look at these things here, I do the opposite. I say, hey, this is high priority. Get the stone out of here because this stone will block other things, right? So same here. I think the CO2 needs to be a higher priority. Because we want things to pull the CO2 from there before they pull it from some sort of... Well, I may not ever have any dedicated CO2 production, but... You know... Well, I might. I might just, like, drop an array of moondrop farms or something. And then concrete should never actually need to be pulled onto trains. It's just here for completeness. All right, let's look at copper. What copper tech do I have now? I think I got some new copper relatively recently. Yeah! Yeah, so we finally have molten copper. So this is going to be one of the things that we need to set up. And actually, getting copper plate for molten copper means I'll finally have to get sand castings on the rails, and sand castings will require getting creosote on the rails, and getting creosote on the rails is one of the other ingredients for the empty comb. So we can do we're on our way towards adding more of those bits and pieces that we're going to need for the overall system, and that's good. I'm trying to make forward progress as I'm sort of rebuilding things, right? How bad is my copper right now is the other question. And the answer is that it's keeping up, or my demand is low enough that it doesn't matter, I think is the answer. And I will take that as an answer right now. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, so let's go back into YAFC after already spending a bunch of time in it. Can I have Alt-Tab to the right place? Let's do new copper. So I've been sizing all of my builds for a belt of ore. It is easy to get a... It's easy to get a belt out of a train stop at the scale that I've made. So copper grade 3 goes to copper grade 4. Copper grade 4 goes to molten copper. Ooh, a little bit of ash, too. Oh, boy. Oh, and we're going to need oxygen as well on the system. Oh, and more tailings. Oh, boy. 1 second. 188 a second. 214 a second. This, scaled for one belt of tailings dust. This is going to have trouble keeping up if tin and copper are both running full bore. That's good to know. But honestly, we go back to the game real quick, and then we'll go back to finalizing the copper design. I'm pretty sure I can just copy and paste this whole thing. Like, this has no dependencies that aren't on the rails. This is a fully self-contained module that I can just add anywhere I feel like I need tailings into all of its constituent parts, which is pretty cool. All right, let's go back to theory crafting copper. So what are our inputs? Not coarse coal, that's for sure. I've already got fiber on my rail system, so that's like what comes in as the fuel for everything now. All right. And then copper rejects. Oh, needs to be up sorted. Yeah. Yeah, then the low-grade copper rejects turn into low-grade copper dust. And all I can do with that is make the low-grade copper. And I think all I can do with that is turn it into plates. Okay. Oh, and we'll need heat generation, which we will do probably in a burner for this with fiber. Yep. Yeah, there are better ways to create copper plate. No crap, EFC. Okay. So this all looks fine. The shopping list of ore to molten to everything else is kind of... Yeah, and then we'll bring in just one... I have a casting unit already at all of my other processing places. Right now they're only making molten. But it's really easy to hook up the casting unit. So it looks like our outputs are copper plate, tailings, gravel, and stone. And of course, now I have to deal with gravel, now that my concrete plant has been sized to deal purely with a belt of stone. And then the other inputs, I mean, all of the inputs can come in on the same... These are all fairly low volume, so these will all come in on the same solid station. So we've got 4 output stations, 1 solid input station, 2 liquid or fluid input stations. So that's... No, 5 output stations, because we want to output molten copper too. So 5, 6, 7, 8 stations in total for copper, compared to the 6 that we're running, I think, in the tin and lead smelting. So this is definitely going to be a process. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're 6 on these ones. So going up to 8 means that these are going to be even longer. So I'm going to want to make sure that I have plenty of space. And of course, getting the copper ore on the system is going to be interesting as well. And the other thing, of course, is thinking about... I mean, this is stopped because it's backed up on tailings again. But when it's running, it pulls quite a bit of tin through. And this is not really set up. What do I want to say? I don't have good waiting areas, and I'm gonna have to refactor this at some point. So I'm gonna take copper as the opportunity to redesign waiting areas into the system when it's necessary. Ugh. At least that's the plan. So the question then is, ooh, what are the bots doing? Were there some missing signals down here that they just put in place? That would be, that would be bad, but also not surprising that the trains have been zipping around with wrong signals. Okay, so where do I actually want to do the copper processing? I want to find a spot where I've got, like, space. Because this is all, like, ocean here. I guess I've got a bunch of space here without a lot of, like, ores or anything on it. So I could come off here. That's probably the option. That's reasonable. What are the ores over here? A little stone, a little uranium. Yeah, I'm not going to want anything there, I don't think. Because this is going to be a, maybe not bigger in terms of the actual build, but, like, definitely bigger in terms of the rail capacity that needs to exist for it. Walk past all the lead stuff that I need to rebuild. Past the world's strongest train depot. And here we go. Let's grab the blueprint book and find ourselves a trumpet and find where it lines up with the rail grid. Not there. Not there. There. That's where it lines up with the rail grid. Cool. And then I think, just due to how this goes together, we still end up with good spacing on all of our rail blocks. Yes. And I'm going to need, like, 2... Like I said, in terms of real estate, this is going to be big, because there's a lot of stations. Alright, while the bots are figuring that out... Oh, am I out of, No, I still have landfill. Come on, figure it out, guys. I have faith in you. I'm going to need a bunch more rail signals as well, but some of these are going to get swapped out as I start to actually build the stations here. So, let's look at our stations again, actually. On the input side, we're going to have one, that's a pickup station, solid drop-off station. Bonk. And then we're going to have... Oh, no. Let's do it the other way. Let's do the outputs first, starting on the bottom, because that's the output track. And then I'll figure out how much space I have for our input that needs the... Sorry, the input that needs the... Words are hard. I need to build waiting stations, so I want to make sure that I have space to build the waiting stations. There we go. 2. Both of these are solid pickup, right? Tell me I'm using the right blueprint. And that's going to be for gravel and stone. And 1 for copper itself. And then we're going to have a fluid pickup for tailings and a fluid pickup for the molten copper. All right. And then on the drop-off side, and this is great that I was able to fit like all 5 of these outputs on one side. We're going to have a fluid drop-off. And this is for hot air. We need another fluid drop-off for oxygen. Whoops, that shouldn't have ended up in that blueprint. I'll have to fix that. And then a solid drop-off. And this is the one that needs to be readjusted with room for queuing. If I just kind of do 2 of them. And then delete all the other parts. SpongeBob drawing a circle. There we go. And then I can add the necessary... This can have rail signals along its length. I think that's fine. This should be a chain in. I gotta go through and add chain signals everywhere they need to be. Chain in, rail out, and then rail signals here need to be wherever rail signals need to be. We want to be able to queue like 2 or 3 trains. Yeah. I mean, we can put this as close as like here, right? So I wish it was easier to see the block ahead of where I'm putting rail signals instead of the block behind it. That's 3. That's like 2.5, 3, 3. Okay. So I should be able to set this to a reasonable, yeah, train limit of like 3. And that way we can queue up not just the multiple ore trains, but this is also going to have everything else that needs to get delivered for copper. So it's going to be copper. But it's also going to be the borax. It's going to be the fiber. And it's going to be the sand castings. And I need to think about, well, for most of these, we want 30 stacks, right? Not 30 items, 30 stacks. Because that gets us the right, like, request. And then I think for most of the time, that can be like 70. And that should get us what we need there. Station limit of 3 is good for this kind of extended rail thing, although I should make it a little bit. It's not quite in the right spot, is it? Yeah, and then as long as these are reasonably spaced through, they're never going to be quite right. Sort of within these blocks, but good enough. Don't need one there. We can get rid of a lot of the inter or intra-block signals around these stations. Especially ones that end up in weird places. I'm going to have to come back, though, with a lot more rail signals on my person so I can get all these in the right place. Because, yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't show me the potential rail blocks once everything is built. It just shows me what they currently look like. Alright, I'll have to come back with more. What do I need to make more rail signals? Just iron plates. Okay, that's easy enough. I'm also going to need heaps of a bunch of other stuff. A bunch of combinators, a bunch of stations. Yeah, it's probably time to do a trip back to the mall. Just grab everything I need. Tanks, combinators, stations. But that is a major, like, fork off of the rail system just for copper processing. Look at that. And this is only like stage 2. All right, I need iron plates. Oh, the bots are finally getting around to emptying some of these old dump chests. All right, the other thing I needed was a couple more of these tanks. This should be good enough to get these stations built up. Those are a little close. I'll pull that one off. All right, I'm just looking for short or weird blocks. Making sure that when we kind of copied and pasted everything around, everything ended up reasonable. I think it all looks okay. Is that good? Yeah, that's a little over a train plus its car. So I think we're good there. All the stations are plugged in. So, if this is... One of these is just... me hitting the wrong buttons. This is exactly... hot air. We want to... The tank's not full, make a request. The other one that I don't think we're producing on rails yet, so this is going to sit unfulfilled for a while. Oxygen. Again at 70,000. Our various outputs, I don't really have to do much with, other than I need to add priorities to the ones that are byproducts. So, like, this one is higher priority because this is going to be where I put the tailings. Maybe. I might move it. I might change my mind. And then one of these is going to be copper plates, and the other two are going to be stone and gravel. Again, it doesn't really matter which. So the stone and gravel ones also get higher priority. So all the byproducts apparently are the three middle ones, and then the end ones are going to be the plates and the molten. Why did I decide to do it this way? I don't know. I probably should do the plates and the molten as these two right next to each other with just like the casting unit right here. But that would be easy. You know what? I'm going to do it. Let's just do it right. Don't be lazy about it. I'll regret it later when I have to run all the belts and pipes if everything's in a weird place. And I can always change, like, what of these stations are used for what before it's all finalized, so. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about this at this point. I think all we need to do is draw the rest of the owl. This should be all of the... Oh, I need to set all these correctly right. We need negative 30 stacks here. 30 stacks here. 30 stacks here. 70 stacks here. That is more than this can handle. So I probably should make it 2 stations. Move one of these things, because this is 15 stacks of stuff, and there's only 12 stacks in a warehouse. Or sorry, 16 stacks of stuff and only 12 stacks in a warehouse. Is that a thing that I did over here? 3, 6, 9, plus 7. Yes, it is a thing that I did here. Cool. So yeah, this could jam up. I don't think it ever will. But it could. That sounds like a problem for future Brandon. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Let's figure out our outputs here. These are all copper ore. All right, and then we're gonna need like borax and fiber and sand castings. And of course, just in time for me to not have my filters set up. Borax and fiber and sand castings. Okay, so those are going to be all of the things that can get delivered to this station. And we're going to be requesting I don't know, a bunch of other stuff soon. So, we go take a look at YAFC again. Let's try not to hit the wrong button and stop the stream. Let's get a shopping list going for like all the stuff we need here. And then we'll be able to kind of route these things around as we build up the system. And of course, the other thing I'll need to do is set up an actual copper mine, right? Where we're going to do the mining itself. Obviously, that's what you do at a copper mine. Yeah. So I think... yeah, let's just get the shopping list going. Shopping list. What do I need here? I'm just gonna flip back to the game, and we're gonna... 27 automated screeners. And 5 jaw crushers. And 5 basic oxygen furnaces. Four impact crushers. I want a logistics group exchange string. That would be cool. Something I can paste into here that'll populate one of these that, like, YAFC can generate. Someone who knows how to mod. That would be fantastic if that can be done in a mod. 3 washers, 2 advanced foundries. Two advanced foundries, 1 burner, and 1 casting unit. Okay. Okay. And I have some of this stuff in my inventory already, and some of it is definitely already in the Logi Mall, and some of it is probably not. So I've got to get into bot range and see what the bots start trying to deliver. And we will see what we need to add to the Logi Mall. And while I'm up here, I can pick up whatever miscellaneous things I need for the rest of the build. I'll probably need more belts, because that's kind of always a thing. Alright. Bots are saying... Oh, just advanced foundries and classifiers. Okay. Let's get them added. Ooh, okay. Maybe I'm gonna make these ones myself for now. Because that's a weird set of inputs, and I'm pretty sure I don't have a lot of that on the mall. But the classifiers, I can set the bots on. So, yeah, I just need some iron and copper to be able to make a couple of those. Cool. And then, yeah, the last thing is the classifiers. Oh, which I can make 3 of right now. All right, let's just do it. Ooh, let's not make small parts, though. Let's do that first. Okay. So that is... Well, the bots are working on the rest of the buildings that we need for this, so... Let's go, again, hang out up here, where it's a little bit easier for them. Let's clean out our trash while we're sitting here, because there is always trash. Actually, that's not bad, besides having way too much copper plate in my inventory. Can I make some of these? Maybe. Just to help the bots along. Because the mall only even caches like 10 of any given building at a time, so when I need more than that, it helps to build a few myself. Steel again. Wow. Yeah, we might not get all of these delivered to us before we go over to the actual build. We'll see how many are en route. It says there's 10 on the way. 9 on the way. Okay. So actually more than enough. I made more than I needed. Jaw crushers, 1 on the way. Perfect. Oxygen furnaces, 4 on the way. Impact crusher, 1 on the way. Okay. Yeah, it's all on the way. What else do I need while I'm here? What else can I do with my inventory? Not a lot. And put some of this copper back in the copper buffer so that I'm not just carrying copper around. But all right, we're just waiting for... It says there's 1 automated screener still on the way. Of the 27, we'll have 21. All right, yep, we are... No more of those on the way, so I'm not going to wait for them. All right, it has apparently been an hour since I last managed to fat finger and end the stream instead of going to my standby added progress page. So as I said an hour ago, I do ads every hour on the hour so that I can, well, not on the hour, but every hour so that I can stand up, stretch my legs, get myself some more water. Also a great time for all of you to hydrate, and it means no one misses anything with ads running when I'm doing interesting things. So we're going to let the ad run, and then we'll come and we'll build this whole copper build. See you all in just a few moments. All right. Thanks everybody who stuck around through the ad break, supporting the channel. It's really appreciated. Let's get into building this darn thing. So we're gonna have a belt of copper ore coming out, and that's gonna get mashed up in 9 automated screeners. So not so much mashed as sorted, but 9 of those. And each of those is, what's the input? 1.4 yellow inserters per building. All right, so that's just 2. We call that 2. And then like that, and like that, and like that. Okay. That is stage 1. The output of that is going to be... Alright, a total of 9 items per second, so it does need to be on 2 different sides of a belt. But it's a total of... It's only 1 outserter per building, so... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and then we'll rejigger this so that we have... After the first, like, 4 of them, it'll loop around the back. So, like, that. There we go. That is the first stage, which is processing copper ore into copper grade 1 and copper grade 2. The next thing we want to do is with our 5 jaw crushers, turn the copper grade 1 into more copper grade 2, as well as some other stuff. So on the right of this belt, we're going to have the grade 2 copper. And on this side, we're going to head down to these jaw crushers. Each jaw crusher is, yeah, just 1 inserter and 1 outserter. Yes. Okay. And then on the output side... This is going to be... Again, is it more than half a belt? No, it is less than half a belt. So we're going to do... This is going to be making stone, and this is the only stone we make, right? Yes. Okay. So stone will filter off to the left. Then this will merge with this belt here. And we'll just do a little bit of a lane balancer type deal. Like so. We only actually have half a belt in total of all of this, so it doesn't really matter. We can just do that. Okay. The stone byproduct, we will again loop down and find one of these to feed it into. Doesn't really matter which. They're all functionally equivalent. So we'll do the closest. Well, no, not the closest one, because the closer one is the actual copper output. I think the way this build is going to be laid out, there's going to be some of these belts that are long no matter what. All right, and all of these are doing copper grade 2 from copper grade 1. There we go. Now, all of our copper grade 2 needs to go into another 10 automated screeners to make copper grade 3 and copper rejects. Yeah, and all of these output a fairly small amount of stuff total. The copper rejects, this is kind of the same thing as before, where we're going to have splitter up at the top. We're going to send one side off for further processing. And then these will come down, oop, except that's the input side, not the output side. Actually, I want this to be like this, but horizontally flipped. And also, I don't think I need the special handling in the middle here, because this is not that much stuff. I think this is like half a belt worth of stuff in total. All right. So now, let's try this again. We're going to do this. Output here is going to be the grade 3. And then these rejects go into 4 impact crushers, which are going to make more grade 3 as well as gravel. So this is exactly what we just did down here, but we're doing it up here. So the impact crushers, yeah, and these are going to be like... And then this build is getting tall, so I'm going to kind of fold it in on itself. Bring these down here. We're going to spit out gravel. Bring the gravel down here. over here. Right through here. Oh, whoops, this is hooked up wrong. Let's, like that. There we go. That'll be gravel out. And then the other half of this, we bring this down here, merge these together. And we've got however much, 5.6 of this copper grade 3, which now needs to go through 7 more automated screeners. We use a lot of automated screeners for copper. And with 5.63 going into 7 screeners, yeah, that's just still 1 inserter each. Oh, nope, it's 8 automated screeners here, 7.03. So that's, I think, all that I need to request from the bots when I go back to base is 4 more automated screeners. Oh, but I'm going to need a bunch more medium power poles as well. I went through those fast. All right. These are doing copper grade 4 from copper grade 3. These spit out copper grade 4 as well as the low grade copper rejects. The copper grade 4, and that's a grand total of more than 7.5 items a second. So this does, in fact, need to be set up with 2 lanes again. Two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, there we go. That is that. We're going to have on one side the copper grade 4, which goes into 5 basic oxygen furnaces. And then molten copper comes out. Well, that's fine. And actually, let's do it this way, because I have a little more space to work, I think, on this side with the plumbing and the inserters for each of these. Although these only need, like, 1 inserter each, right? Oh, we need to merge. That's fine. Here, we'll just move these down a little bit. Make a little more space. That's fine. The other side has this low-grade copper rejects, which goes into 3 classifiers. What a mess. Oh, these all have poop chutes. And the poop chutes are going to be outputting copper grade 4, as well as the low-grade copper dust. Copper grade 4 is also what's output here, so that needs to be... Oh, what's the input to these? Yeah, how much a second? Actually, 2 inserters each. Wow. Then we split this here. Output on the right is the grade 4 again. This side goes off to do some final processing. 3 washers. Which are gonna make, yeah, low-grade copper. And tailings. The tailings output is going to get plumbed, I don't know, up here somewhere. Each of those as an input. Yeah, it's just half an inserter each. That's fine. Then they're each going to have an output, which is just this low-grade copper, which goes into 2 furnaces. Sorry, foundries. And I don't have heat pipes. I knew I forgot something. That's okay. Do I have a burner with me either? I do. I have 1 left. Cool. Okay. So I need... heat pipe. Heat pipe. There we go. This will need fuel. Other things will need fuel too. These guys will need... oh, actually, yeah, these guys will need fuel. So let's make sure that we get this properly. Do I hate that? I kind of hate that. But if I'm just bringing the fuel up in the middle, I loop it around here. And then these guys both come together and then join in on that side of that belt. The molten copper. Oh, we also need borax and... okay, never mind. We're not going to do this. This will just come right through, because we're going to need 2 input belts either way. So we'll just do that. And then here we'll have, like, this will be like a shared borax and fuel belt, and that just comes right up here. 1 on either side of the belt. Fuel input here for that thing. Okay. That's pretty much the build. I've got to get oxygen plumbed in, which is one of these over here. Is requesting oxygen. This one. So that'll come, yeah, right through here. That's actually not bad at all. Just do that. Yeah, because I have no solid outputs from this, so I don't really have to worry about it being, like, accessible on this side. Up, Bop. Bop. Okay, so that'll be the oxygen input when I have oxygen being delivered. This needs to be a combination of some of the borax, but not all of the borax, and all of the this stuff. The rest of the borax is needed for casting. So we're gonna do like that, that, and that. There we go. And of course, I don't have... Oh, of course. 1, 2, 3 there. That has a poop chute, so it doesn't need... And then I need to actually do the molten copper output on this. All right, that's molten copper out. That'll need to get pushed over here, because this is where we're going to be doing casting, I guess. I don't know, maybe. All right, that should be pretty much everything besides the... Well, I need to get the actual copper output hooked up. Let's do that. And then... Oh, I need to actually, like, do the in and out on this one, of course. In here. In here. And then these are going to have an out, and I'm just going to be lazy. It's red inserters, because I don't want to change my layout. And then this is copper. And it needs to be higher priority going into this station than the copper that comes from casting. Because we always want to be using this when it... We always want to be using this when it's available, because that is the... These belts are going to have to kind of wrap around each other no matter what I do. Because if this backs up, then it will block our ability to make molten copper. But we also want molten copper to be, like, one of our primary outputs of this system. Because we need molten copper, ultimately, to make duralumin and other stuff. So this is going to have this input priority, and we're going to do this, like, here, where it makes sense. And then... do that kind of thing. All right. Other things. Somewhere out here, there's a tailings output on one of these. Oh, that's this. And I probably put these... Yeah, these are in exactly the wrong spot. Tailings output here is going to need to be routed... I can't get it through there. Alright, so it's coming off of this side. And then it's got to go all the way over to one of these things. So I guess just like up and around. Or through. I could take it through... kind of zigzag through here. It's a little bit spaghetti, but it's not the worst I've done in this save by far, so... And then that comes right down here to one of these. Yep. Beautiful. Okay, that should be the tailings. And then the molten copper here and the plates here. Molten copper comes right here. Can we do it like through here? Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's molten copper. I've built far too much of this to not have it plugged into anything and actually be exercising it. I think all we're missing is the actual casting machine to take molten copper from here and turn it into solid copper. So let's go ahead and get that hooked up. Because that was just a single casting machine, I think. Yes, just one. Making copper plate with hot air. Oh, nope, I had that in the right place. There. There. That feeds in there, and then the hot air will come right here. Oh, this needs to be negative. So it will actually request it. Did I do the same thing here? Yes. All right. That's all of copper. Well, I still need to feed in the borax and the sand castings. Okay, let's do that. Let's not pretend we're done yet. This comes through exactly the same as these. Except, that's in the... Oh, I can do it here. Okay, that's fine. Oof. I burned through basically my whole inventory of building materials here. All right. And what are our actual inputs for these? Small amounts. Okay. Cool. That is copper processing? I mean, I've got to obviously... I need to set up a copper mine so we can... This isn't copper processing. I'm missing something. Oh, water input for the washers. Okay, that's easy. Like, I know I'm missing stuff. And I don't think anything else has any weird inputs. I really think this might be it. I don't have oxygen on rails yet, so this won't fully turn on. We won't end up liquefying the copper into molten copper. That's the only part we won't be able to test. And the casting, because we're not making sand castings either. What is... Oh, right. I did that on purpose. This is, yeah. All right, let's go get inserters, belts, underground pipes. Let's see if we can get the rest of our screeners. And power poles. And once we've got all of that stuff, we should be able to... get that going. And then the other thing I want to do is I do want to get a copper patch set up so we can actually turn it on and see it running. So I will grab some mining drills as well. I'm going to pick up some stuff by hand because the bots are going to take forever if they do it all themselves. Eh, maybe not. Some things they're doing pretty quickly. Cool. And do we have our 4 screeners en route? We do have the 4 screeners en route. Get rid of all of these buildings that I'm not currently using. Let the bots just store them away. They will come back to me when I need them. That's how this works. Man, we're still not making enough of anything here, are we? Yeah, I'm gonna have to scale this up. This needs to be a to-do list item for me, unfortunately. Alright, let's do it. Scale up. Okay, well, Duralumin we're actually gonna scale up, because we're gonna get Duralumin more from the molten copper and molten aluminum on the bus. We're gonna have a Duralumin factory just like my solder factory. Whoa! I have available logistics bots? I don't believe that. Have they finished putting away all the ash? I don't... Ooh. Also don't believe that. Why are these flickering? Oh, this isn't stable. Okay. Oh, when these are disabled, they don't go on the network, do they? No. Our input signal is constant. Oh, but no, the ash is going on and off. Okay. Oh, look, now it's stable. That was the issue. Right. So if there's any... What? How does this work? These are disabled. And they're disabled because... Oh, because I don't handle the 0 case. I want... What? What did I do? I had something that made sense with this, and now it doesn't make sense. Okay. So if the sum of the logistics network... See, the problem is that these could be counted more than once. Do I just want... I want these providers to be on when there's no other ash on the network. So if red is... What's red? Red is what's coming through here. Okay, then no, I don't actually want green from this, do I? Sorry, it's flickering again. Oh, God. Stop. 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 Okay. So, when ash on green is less than or equal to, which should never be less than, ash on red, then we output... No. If ash on green is greater than ash on red, so if there's ash in the logistics system that's not stored specifically in these chests, then we add the X output. So these should be enabled. These should be disabled. Right. And then what'll happen if there's any ash that's on the network that these guys don't contain, it'll flip. It'll disable these and enable these. And these will request that ash and it'll get pulled into the buffer. This is a big old manual buffer chest is what it is. I've got the screeners I need, I've got a bunch of pipes, I've got a bunch of power poles, I've got a bunch of belts. I think I have everything I need to finish doing this copper build. We will see how that looks in a moment. And then the other thing I'm going to need to do before this actually can be tested is to well, I need to get copper hooked up. I need to get oxygen, well, oxygen hooked up before it'll melt. So yeah, just copper mine? Alright, let's do a copper mine before I call it a night. Is there copper near the rails already? Yes! How convenient for me. There is copper near the rails already. Alright, let's just set up a mine right down here. I'm not going to be fussy about it. Oh, or I can do it down here. Yeah, this one has more. Let's do that one. Just going to wander around this and see if the bots decide to... What are we missing still? Oh, I forgot the heat pipes. Oops. Alright, that's fine. The system won't really run fully, but it can't run fully right now anyway. What do we need for those? Steel? Okay. I can grab that before I call it a night, just so the build is complete. And then that system, like everything else that I have built, is gonna back up horribly on something. Let's do this. Straight rail segment. And then we'll do our pickup down there. What? Why? What's going on? Oh! Well, there's my problem. Can't build rails on top of this thing. That's annoying. Alright. In that case, we'll do it down. And fix that signal, because I just messed it up. That should be a chain signal there. Actually, do I just put this right here? Is that... Yeah. And then straight through here. And then the loop. And a pickup station. Beautiful. And then because this is just a loop for this copper, there's plenty of space here for stuff to actually queue. So I'm not worried about needing to set train limits weirdly. So this will be a solid pickup station. It'll be like right, I don't know, here. And if I grab the right signal, there. Double check all my signals look good. They'll look the same, the right length. Yes, chain in, chain through, rail out. Chain in. Oh no, these are chain in, this is rail out. Whoops. Yep. Okay. With that... Ugh. All right, massive overkill. We should never, ever, ever see this patch this, like, fully occupied, but we'll do it anyway. Literally just one of these middle rows is more than enough. And actually, you know what? I am just going to do... No, I should do the... I don't know. I'll leave it all here, but I'm not going to wire it all in. I think is where we're at. I think that's the level of doing it right that I'm feeling right now is connect it Or leave the templates, but don't, like, actually wire in all the belts and everything else necessary. All right. And then... and then water. All right, and a bunch of these are gonna turn on and not actually do anything, and that's fine. What's the rail limit set on this? You can be like 3. You can actually be quite a bit higher. But this should get... How many more of these do we need? 52. A train is stuck. Where? How? Quest threshold is 25,000. Oh, this station is wrong. What can I do about that in the short term? I'm not sure yet. Did I use that station anywhere else? No. Okay. Yeah, that station is missing some, and actually this one will need to be the same. My blueprint is missing some circuits. It's okay for this train to be stuck. It'll eventually sort itself out when, well, it's not great to lose one of my fluid trains, but, like, what am I going to do about it? I guess what I can do about it is put more, put a slightly larger buffer over there that I can try to drain later. Yeah, that's fine. I can just put a pump on and then swap its direction. That's easy. Yeah, let's do that. We should get copper being requested or delivered very shortly by the copper system. There might already be a train en route, actually. Yep, there we go. Already a train en route. Beautiful. What do I need to do here? Right, I just need to add, like... I need to do, like... What? Oh, wrong. And then that. There we go. That's it. As long as this is, yeah, low enough that it's, or high enough that it's not going to request any more, which it is. Actually, what I should do is this. And this should have, like, well, it'll be slightly under 100,000 in it. I may have accidentally voided some. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, because like some ends up in the 400 plus a bunch of... I don't know. All right, let's take a look here. Copper is crunching, sorting, or really sorting and then crunching. Stone is coming out. I'll confirm that that ends up where it needs to go shortly. We've got copper grade 3 as well as the other stuff coming through. Yeah, look at that. Look at it turning on. Up here now, we should see the rejects. Yeah, also getting upgraded. This is, I think, chance-based. Yeah. So this will be mostly gravel coming through, and then the rejects merging here with what's coming down on this side. And then that gets automated screenered. All right, this is all looking pretty good. It's not actually going to liquefy. We're not going to have molten copper totally available just yet. As I was saying before, we are missing the... what am I trying to say? We're missing the oxygen. I don't have oxygen in this system yet, so we'll need to get oxygen generation running or oxygen piped out of the existing base onto rails or something. Doesn't really matter what. Oh, I forgot to grab the heat pipes. So yeah, a couple of small things left to do for this to really, like, properly turn on. But it should be, like, yeah, getting itself ready, starting to back up. Oh yeah, and this one that doesn't need to wait for heat pipes is, in fact, all right, cool. I'm calling this a success, and I am calling it here for tonight, because it is, what does that say up there? 9:30 in my time zone. Sheesh. So yeah, thank you very, very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Raiders, for coming along for the ride. It's really appreciated. If you want to see me banging my head against more of this kind of difficult stuff, you know where the follow button is. And thanks very much to everyone who watches these VODs on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that is always appreciated as well. Thanks again, everybody. I will be doing more Pi on Thursday. And tomorrow is Kerbal Space Program Day. So, yeah, thanks very much, and I'll see y'all in the next one.